Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and I have my wife, Mrs. M3, and I have Miss Samantha. How do I pronounce your last name? Oh, Samantha, you got to unmute yourself.
It's Bostic, like the song Mr. Boombastic, the Shaggy song. Bostic.
Okay, Samantha Bostic. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the stream again. Always good to have you on.
Thank you.
And so I want to know before I even get to the topic, how's everyone doing tonight?
Doing great.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You know, oh, look like Kashima Maxine got off, but she'll be back on. But yeah. So I just want to just jump into the topic. Tonight's topic is called the art of good health. Oh, there we go. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
And let me go ahead and adjust this. There we go. Yeah, so the art of good health. So we're going to be talking about in 4 different varieties of health, which starts off with the physical health. Then we're going to talk about the emotional health. And then following along will be the mental and then the spiritual health. I feel like, and there's many more components, but I feel like these are like the most important ones to really address because your overall health is definitely important. It's real. All right. So without further ado, I want to jump into the first question. So the first question is, ladies, what are the myths about good physical health?
There are lots of myths out there. I think when it comes to physical health, one thing could be that as long as you're skinny, they say, then you're healthy, which is not necessarily true. Another is as long as you're going to the gym and working out, you're healthy, and that's not necessarily true. What is understandable and what we find in when we look at different studies or case studies, what have you, in health education, which is my field, we see that food and activity together are the basic components for keeping someone healthy. The types of food you eat, variety of food gives you a variety of vitamins. Our food in this day and age compared to 1990s, more depleted than it's ever been, because the farmers don't get a chance to allow their soil to rest and gain the nutrients back that it needs. And so that's why supplements, vitamins, minerals are important, besides just your regular food. And snacking isn't really necessary, although American diet has so many snacks, so many commercials about snacks, and it's partly the reason why our nation is so obese as it is in comparison to other nations.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And then what about you, Samantha?
I agree. So after I had my son, I'm trying to get back in the field of eating healthy. but like all the healthy things are like expensive, quote unquote. Not really, but the things that are easy to eat, like fast food, is cheap and it's fast. Um, I agree with the products that they're making now versus back in the day is not the same. Like a lot of the foods now have like hormones and like as far as like red meat, it takes like 3 months to digest out of your system. Um, a lot of the things that people gravitate to that's not healthy is usually what's the first thing on to eat. A lot of myths are being skinny, eating healthy. Everyone thinks just because you're eating healthy or you're eating a salad, like, oh, you're so in shape, going to the gym. No. I feel like your overall health just should be, people just think your overall health is based on your appearance. Like, once somebody see, like, you looking good, they just automatically have it in their mind that, like, you're healthy. That's not a fact. Want some?
Yeah,
Sorry, my son is.
no problem. All right, yeah. So uh, all right. Good evening, Casey. Wel-
Welcome.
Good evening.
Welcome, welcome to the stream. So we were just talking about what are the myths about good physical health. But first and foremost, I want to hold on. Let me fix this real quick. Uh,
Yeah.
get hide this real quick. Okay. Just want to introduce. This is my wife, Mrs. M3, and then this is Samantha Bostic. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing it right this time.
Yeah, you are. It's not that complicated. Plastic.
Okay.
It's fine. I'm gonna try to change the name. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna change it
Hey, I mean, I think the name is
to.
cool, or you could just go by Samantha or whatever. Although later on we may have another Samantha, so but we'll see. And shout outs to damn, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Because there's so many like seasoner. CJ Kyles, he says, "What's up?" And then he's watching it live from work. So shout outs to the brother. Salute to him. Thank you so much. But yeah, KC. So back to the question, the first one. In your opinion, what are some myths about good physical health? I think her
Up. I
I think your
don't know
screen
if it's
froze,
me.
Casey. Hmm. Oh, let me see. Let's see if I can
I think
refresh
her
it.
screen froze.
I'm not
She had to come
hearing
back.
anything.
Okay, hold on. It seems like it's trying to load up. Well, while we wait for her screen to like clear up, I'll just give you some of some of my thoughts about it. Um, a lot of people feel like I think the myths about good physical health. People think that you could just like work out and do all this like weightlifting or running or exercising, but yet still be able to like eat whatever you want. And to me, it's more to it than just like working out. No matter what you could do in your workouts, you can't like, work out on a bad diet.
That's
So
true.
having a bad diet pretty much like negates everything that you do for your workouts.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people read the labels correctly when they eat their foods. A lot of times, let's just say like you have something that says 120 calories worth of a jar of peanut butter. Well, or peanut butter, you say, right? Now, when people look at it, they're like, oh, they think in their minds one jar of peanut butter, the entire peanut butter is 120 calories. But in reality, it's really like, okay, like one or two teaspoons of it. And so they just be like, they're just a little bit misguided, miseducated. And I think they create these myths thinking that, okay, as long as you do certain things or you put your mind into it, then you're just gonna magically like lose the weight and then you'll be fine. So that's my 2 cents into it as far as about the myths of good physical health. But KC, let me get your thoughts.
Hmm. Wow, I've never really thought about that one. Myths about food or health. That was a question.
Physical, yeah.
Oh yeah, let me put up again. I'm sorry. What are some myths about good physical health?
I don't know. I would say maybe if you eat right and you exercise, you know, you will live longer. I don't know. I don't think you'll necessarily live longer if you exercise and eat healthy. I mean, the possibility is there that you will, but is it a guarantee? No, there's stuff like hereditary dysfunctions, if you have cancer that is, in your family, the susceptibility of you getting cancer is higher than somebody that doesn't have cancer that runs in their family. So I guess that's where my thought process is leading me. I've never really thought about this question. It's an excellent question, a brain teaser, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Shout outs to we got Hollywood Tammy. She's the one who came up with these questions. So these questionnaires do come from a teacher, and also Mrs.
Mm,
MT is a teacher as well too, though. So
right.
yeah, so yeah, they are like brain challenging as well. So I definitely agree with you on that. It just makes you kind
Right.
of like think.
Yeah, it
Oh,
does. Myths
yeah,
about good health. Wow, never thought of that.
yeah. Hollywood Tammy, what's up with the name change, man? You know.
No, you know what, y'all. That was a name that was given to me. I changed it. We'll see how it goes. I'm probably not gonna keep it though.
I
I'm
know.
probably not gonna keep it, but yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Well, Hollywood Tammy, right?
Mhm.
What are the myths about good physical health?
I think that there's certain myths like if you're skinny or you're in better health than somebody who is bigger. That's not necessarily the case.
Mm,
And then that if you're bigger, your health is just horrible. That you don't take care of your body. You don't eat right. I feel like there are some people that they just cannot lose as much weight as other people, and there's some people that can't gain it. When I was in high school, there was a girl who she was really, really skinny, and she could eat anything and everything, and she would not gain weight. So,
wow.
I feel like everybody is different, so you can't just look at somebody and just determine what kind of health they are in, whether it's good or bad. So you have to really
Mhm.
learn their story and get to know them and see, what's going on in their life. And then the thing is that just because you may be healthy physically doesn't mean that you're healthy in other areas.
Yeah. So basically, it's like looks are pretty deceiving, and I
They
Yeah.
definitely agree.
definitely be.
Hmm.
Definitely.
Facts.
Shout outs to Mass King. Welcome
Let's
in the
go.
building.
Let's get it.
The
Yeah.
unidentified man.
You already know.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Mass King, why you here, right? I was gonna say something, but since you're here, I want to get to you. Like, what are some myths about good physical health?
Oh, what's some myths? I would say I think a big myth for me was that I could just do whatever I want.
Mhm.
I just felt like I was invincible. Like nothing can ever happen to me. Like I'm
Hmm.
good. Like I can eat this. I can eat that. I'm cool. Like I can always just snap back in a minute. Like that's how I felt, honestly. You know what I'm saying? But then
Hmm.
I turned 35 and everything just everything stopped after that, yo. Like it was just like my body was just like, we can't do this. Need to chill off of that. Don't go there. Don't do that. And I was like, no, I can still do it. And it's like, no, you cannot. And I just had to learn it the hard way. You know what I'm saying? And it took me going through a life threatening situation to realize that. Um, but I am a better man for it, and I don't take anything away from the lessons that I've learned. Um, so I think the biggest myth is that nothing can happen to you, and it sure can. You know what I mean? You can't always just do whatever you want. You can't always just take on a lot of stress. I thought I could just take on X amount of stress and be okay, and that's not true either. You got to take me time. You got to really focus and be around positive people. Like there's a lot that goes into your health that I was just ignoring, like, because I just felt like I could just do it all. Like I just felt like this would stop me, and it did. It just stopped me, you know what I mean? And I'm glad it didn't kill me. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest myth is that you're always going to be at a certain point in life and your body's not going to change. No, your body goes through changes. And when it goes through changes, you got to be ready for it. And if you ain't, it can cost you your life. And that's really what it is.
Good share on that one. Because I definitely feel you. Sometimes when we think that we're healthy and we're in good health because of our age, we think that we could eat whatever we want to eat because time is on our side.
Yeah.
We're like 20 or 30. We could worry about that stuff when we're like 60 and 70.
Nah, you can't, baby. No.
Yeah. There's too much processed foods that's going on. Too many highly chemical snacks, and it's slowly killing us. I would say it's addicting, especially with sugar. But that's something I feel like with the mindset and education and other alternatives, you could live like a healthy lifestyle with or without the junk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I had to realize was because everybody in my family is naturally big. You know what I'm saying? Most people in my family are naturally big. Most. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, like my dad's side, my mom's side, everybody's big. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like, all right, if they big and they live in their life, I live my life too. But they KFC ain't my KFC. You know what I'm saying? They KFC is actually Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm eating KFC. They don't say nothing about no chicken to KFC. They just say KFC, so it's a lot different. But I didn't realize that. By the time I realized that, I'm not gonna say it's too late because I'm still here, but it almost was too late. You know what I mean? So, definitely pay attention to what you eat and pay attention where you're getting it from. You know what I mean? If it's processed, if you know it's processed, I always say stay away from the big five or the big six, or however many they are. You know what I mean? Whether it's McDonald's, Burger King, Carl's Jr., Checkers, Popeyes, KFC, Burger King, all that. Stay away from all that. Chick-fil-A ain't that bad.
Popeyes is definitely no.
Yeah,
I love Chick-fil-A.
I love Chick-fil-A too. Chick-fil-A ain't bad though.
I like a Cobb salad. That's my favorite. That's what I always get, a Cobb salad.
Okay. I'm a chicken deluxe type of dude. That's what I do. Either that one or the spicy deluxe. Either one. I used to do the nuggets, but that's a whole another story. But yeah, I just had to. Taco Bell as another one. I used to love Taco Bell because it was cheap. Like you could spend $5, you get a drink, you get everything you need, and you good. Like you don't have to do nothing else. You know what I mean? So I used to love doing Taco Bell, but Taco Bell wasn't loving me, so I just had to get rid of all that stuff, man. Like all that stuff they show on TV, all them restaurants, Wendy's. I used to love Wendy's too. Love their nuggets. I miss their nuggets too. Them nuggets was bomb. All that. I can't do it no more. I just can't because it was killing me, like literally. So, I got
I feel you. Everything that you mentioned.
Why does it seem like all the cheap stuff is so good, right? Like all the
well, because like we're used to it. Like I mean, think about this. Imagine you growing up as a kid, like like for me, all I've been eating was like fast food. Remember like those? Okay, Mass King, you remember like those little small like sweet potato pies? I think it came from
that the Lunchables, all that.
Yeah,
the marketing they did was crazy with us. Like, I mean, I remember in the Halloween time they would have the McDonald's Halloween pumpkin. I wanted one of those so bad. You know what I mean? A little plastic pumpkin, they put you a little Happy Meal in, like they really give it to you, yo. They really feed you, like they really feed you the negative stuff. And I
it was all about the senses.
Yeah. Also stay away from processed food. So I don't do nothing from Kraft, the Kellogg's, and none of that. I stay away from all that stuff, man, because all that is just processed. So I'll spend the extra $5-10 just to be healthy. It's worth it. I mean, it's either that or I ain't gonna be here. So it's a simple choice to me. You know what I mean? Like buy the organic stuff or you ain't gonna live. I'll buy the organic stuff. I'm cool.
And on a side note, ladies and King, always make sure you drink your water, man.
Oh, that's essential. You
Wa-
gotta drink water every day. Not when you want to. Every single day you gotta drink water, and more than one cup. I would say 3 cups or more. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
And you know
Especially
what?
now
Shout
since
outs
it-
It's a
to
minimum 8 to
middle.
especially
flush your
now since it's hot.
intestines.
Especially
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
now since it's hot. Like you gotta stay
Yeah,
hydrated. I go through jugs of water like it's crazy. Like I,
yeah.
I I have to spend at least a good maybe a good 200-300 a month on water easily. Now
yeah.
It's
not even
recommended
close.
8 ounce
Eight
cups a day.
a day.
So eight
8 ounce
ounce cups
cups.
would be
8 ounce
64
cup.
ounces, which is a gallon per person.
That's a
Yep.
lot to be drinking of, but I mean it's
It's
doable. But
it's
man,
for these cups, but it's not easy if you aren't doing it. 16
but
ounces,
yeah.
16
Yeah,
ounces is
that takes
too.
discipline because
It
Mm-hmm.
does. It
Shout
does.
yeah,
outs to the return of Master Duck. Oh man,
Uh oh, Tammy.
I know he's having a good night watching this stream. Let's see. He says good health. Keep piping her good, and her mental health is great. All right, all
There
right,
are
Master
6,
Duck.
thank you for saying that. There are 6 aspects of wellness, actually, and mental health is one of them. A lot of people ignore that. So,
Mm-hmm.
however you take care of your mental health, Mr. Duck, it's important.
He ain't talking about mental health, but I get him.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
He's
His
talking about
activity
that.
he chose was a little different, but he did
Yeah,
mention.
exactly.
right, right. Oh, before I even go to number two, right?
Uh oh,
Since Queen is
Queen.
up in here, right? Let me go to the first one. Queen, 2021, right?
Hey,
Hello.
Welcome to the live stream.
nice young lady. Hey.
I do want to ask you this question: what are some myths about good physical health? After that, we will be jumping to the next topical question.
I think one of the biggest myths is just because you may be a little heavier that you're unhealthy and live an unhealthy lifestyle. That's
Mm,
a big myth.
yep.
Um, I know that, I am a heavier person and I went to the doctor and I had a very racist doctor and I had a very good doctor. So I had to switch. And my racist doctor was Caucasian. And the first thing she said to me was, oh, you probably eat this. And you probably have high blood pressure. And you probably are type 2 diabetes. And you're this and you're that. And then when she ran my labs, I had another meeting with her. And she was like, um, well, I had them double check the labs and the name because, you have really good blood, your blood pressure is really good and your blood sugar is this, and, you don't have this and you don't have that. And that. So, I think the myth can be just because you are a thicker person that you're just a very unhealthy person. And that's a big myth. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would definitely say that stay away from that doctor at all costs because if you had to rely on your
Oh,
life on
and then
her, she
don't
would
turn.
definitely give
I
you
have a
some.
doctor, a black female doctor from Africa. Very different.
Oh yeah, a big difference. Remember, I know our people know our own people well. So shout outs to all the black doctors out there. You know, let me get to the number two question. Number two, why do some people find it so hard to maintain a healthy lifestyle, even if your health is in jeopardy?
Because it's a skill, and we're not taught that skill from elementary school, all that. We don't get health until we're in middle school, and it's a part of life science. And then we get health as a class in high school. It's a skill that you have to learn. You can't just I'm going to choose a carrot over this candy. It's a discipline. It's a skill. You have to learn it. You have to be taught.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I hear you.
Good food
Yeah,
tastes like
That
shit.
also comes
yeah. Unhealthy food tastes
Food
better.
tastes better.
I mean, he ain't lying about that.
that's
But
true.
Mr. Duck, you don't know that unless you've had a taste of the unhealthy food. And who's
Yeah,
there to
right.
teach you the difference if your parents are handing you the unhealthy food because they've never been taught different? You wouldn't know what it tastes like except that you tasted it.
That it is just how
Mm.
you was raised. I feel like not everyone, but like majority of people' body is just immune to like the salt and the seasoning and like just like Thanksgiving. When you think of Thanksgiving, everybody can't wait to eat Thanksgiving because they just
Yeah.
so focused on like you know like
Yeah.
the foods that like you can't eat every day. Like Thanksgiving is once a year, but you have to realize some people cook like that every weekend. Like
Yep.
certain like my aunt, she cooks like that every Sunday. Like
Yup.
macaroni
Mhm.
and cheese, pig feet, neck bone. Like she really like my family cooks like that. So I grew up
Yes,
like
we
that.
do.
So like me trying to like do a salad with the chicken with avocado. Yeah, it's good once in a while, but that's not my go-to. Like my go-to is not being healthy. So I guess I was raised like that. That's just what I go to. I'm in the process now of trying, but yeah, it
Now
takes discipline, like you
I
said. It's
personally,
not.
I don't know what Sam is doing, but she is the smallest person in my family, easily. Like all of us are like giants. Like she is mad small compared to all of us. Like I don't know what she's doing. I need to, drink some of her water or something. Need to figure it out. 'Cause our genetics is crazy in our family. We are all big. Like everybody. Like there ain't nobody small in my family on both sides. My mom and my dad's side.
Everybody's big. Everybody.
Everybody big, yo, for real.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I gain weight now. Like after my son, I put on a little bit, but it's not compared to like my family. Like everybody's
Man.
big. After a while, I'm like, am I related to them? Because I don't think like.
Well,
We
that's
might
how I
have to
told
do
you
that
that.
DNA test. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Hollywood Tammy? Any
Woo,
thoughts?
Hollywood Tammy.
Um, I do agree with what Mrs. M3 said as far as we haven't been taught that, but I also think that especially now there's a lot of instant gratification, and so even if you try something, if it's taking too long to get the results that you want, you give up very quickly. So I
True.
think some people have this thing like, okay, if I start eating all the right foods and exercise, in a week, I'm gonna be down a certain amount of pounds. And the reality is everybody's body works differently and responds to your changes differently. And sometimes it takes people to lose it real quick, and some people can lose it. It takes a while, and some people are not willing to, give it time for it to actually do what it's going to do. So I think that's the problem, is that instant gratification is what people are looking for. And when they don't get it, they think, okay, well, maybe it's not working. Well, it's not that it's not working. You have to give your body time for it to work. So they
Mm.
base they base what's going to happen with them on what happens with somebody else, and you can't base what's going to happen with you on what happened to this other person, because you guys are two different people. Your bodies are different. Your bodies respond to things different. So you have to take it in its own and give it time for it to actually work if you want to see results. But that's the problem, is that people don't want that. They want it right then, right now. And when it doesn't happen, they just say, okay, it's not working. I'm going to just keep doing what I was doing because I did it for a week and I didn't lose anything. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that instant gratification is the problem.
Yeah, I,
Definitely. I
I
think
think also, if you look at the communities where certain health styles are, more unhealthy, you look at the things that are in those communities, the stores, the fresh vegetables, and like they're not as easily accessed, and a lot of times fresher things have been more pricier. So if a family can it needs to feed a few kids, they're gonna go to the cheap, quick stuff, and that's more affordable for them versus you know skimping and giving them like these small portions of stuff. But I think it's also like everyone has said, is what's taught, and when it's not taught, then it just becomes a generational thing that keeps going and going and going until someone stops it and says, no, we need to do better. And I don't know, a lot of communities now, like especially in the Black community, they're trying to make the urban gardens, like where they grow the fresh vegetables, but the city and are making it harder for them to get those plots versus a Caucasian people, or so that's a lot what goes on too. It's that you try to make changes, but it's not as receptive. Like they want you to eat the lard, and because that's what kept you warm if you didn't have lights on. So So I think it's also what's accessible and what's affordable too.
Yeah, very true.
Yep.
Hmm.
I would
Yeah.
say taking a bit from Tammy's point and a bit from Queen's point, when you have the top down versus bottom up effect, right? So if you think of a tree, there's roots and there's branches. The branches at the top, the roots are the bottom, right? So from
Hmm.
top down, you have a system where there are the food deserts in certain communities. For whatever reason, the grocery store either leaves or has never been there. And so they go to the corner store. They get San Francisco, especially, like there's a corner store every block, right? You go get your candy, your drinks, your whatever from the corner store as opposed to a grocery store. Corner store may or may not have any produce there, right? Then you grow up generationally in a community that has this food desert. You've got restaurants and you've got the liquor store. That's all you have. That's all you know. You see grocery stores on the television, but you've never had a car or a reason to have a car. Your parents haven't had a car. You walk to what's convenient, right? So, and in this regard, you have at home, and this is a question that, from Tammy's point, every semester in our fitness and nutrition unit, we ask our students to write a journal. And in that journal, the question that we ask is, who's at fault when a child who's not able to make decisions for themselves on food necessarily, maybe they're 5, maybe they're 8, maybe they're 10, uh, is obese? Who's at fault? The child or the parent?
Mm, parent.
And sometimes kids are stumped, right? They start writing, maybe they got 2 or 3 sentences and they're like, you know what, I don't know really. And they have, here's one side, here's the other. 5 and 10 years old, they can't really make decisions for themselves. They don't have their own money. Maybe they have allowance to go and get food, but what are they going to get, right? We say, after we give them time to read, to write the journal, read the prompt and think about it, we say, similar question, can you answer for us in journal, increase what you're going to write on your journal. Who's at fault when a child is starved, emaciated, super scrawny, can't put any weight on because the parent has neglected them, or we don't say that the parent's done it. We let them make their decision. The kids within 30 seconds, it's the parent's fault. That kid shouldn't be neglected like that. Like that comes from the kids, from the students.
Hmm.
But it's the same. It's 2 ends of the same spectrum, right?
Mm,
5 and 10 years
interesting.
old, 8 years old, they don't have that ability to make a decision for themselves. What is the parent handing them? Oh, get out of my face. Here, take the pie. Oh, get out of my face. Here, go get the candy. Right? So it's a top down or is a bottom up effect? That's the question we always pose during fitness and nutrition units, because it's a skill. You have to be taught how to eat right. You have to be taught how to nourish and take care of your body. Just like you have to be taught how to clean yourself. You have to learn how to nourish yourself, how to put the right foods in and get the adequate amount of exercise. A person that's slim, they can be slim fat, right? They eat candy and you see them, they like chomping everything. How come you never gain any weight? But they might be the same ones once you turn 40, exercise in the gym and just have a heart attack and that's it.
Right.
That they don't recover.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, before I say anything, Luann, love, welcome to
Hi.
the stream.
Sorry
What's
I'm
going
late.
on?
No problem, no problem. So let me. I want to ask you this though. This is a number 2 question, which is where is it? Why do some people find it hard to maintain a healthy lifestyle even when your health is in jeopardy? So knowing that you're at a high risk for your health, you still eat the foods that put you there.
Mm.
Okay.
Did
Yeah.
you?
Did you hear the question?
Wait, can you
Yeah.
repeat the question a little bit, please? I'm sorry.
She busy blowing her blunt. All right.
What?
I said you busy rolling your blunt.
Oh, you can see that?
So the number 2 question, right, is why do some people find it hard to maintain a healthy lifestyle even if your health is in jeopardy?
Thank you, Mario. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's about to me. I think it's about late. If you know that you want to really be healthy, and I know this is going to sound really bad. If you know in your hearts of hearts that you're supposed to be healthy, and it's life, and it's going to jeopardize your life, um, and you still want it, and you still want to chump down on it, on something that's not healthy, then the fight for you to be healthy is over. You're going to die. And that's it. You're going to die. That's just like telling somebody that they have stage 4 lung cancer, but yet they still want to smoke a cigarette. You can't continue to do it if you know you're going to, if it's going to put your jeopardy at health. You have to try to find a way, whether it's chewing gum, try to eat a piece of lettuce, or whatever you got to do to make sure that you're not going to succumb to being unhealthy, dying because you're unhealthy. I watched
Yeah.
the show called My 600-Pound Life, and some of the excuses that they have is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm sitting there laughing. I'm like, are you serious? How can you let yourself be 800 pounds because someone made fun of you? Are you serious? So, in that aspect, when people have unhealthy lifestyle, oh, get out of here. When people have unhealthy lifestyles, and they want to eat all this kind of stuff, that is their fault. I'm sorry. If
Mm,
you're not, if you're over 18 and you're continuing to eat that kind of stuff, it is your fault. It is your fault.
yeah. Oh wait, I'm
And
sorry. Hold
so
on for
if
one
you
second.
become fat, it's
Mm,
nobody else's fault. You're
yeah.
fat because that's what you've done
Oh
to
shit.
yourself.
Okay. There's an echo going on. Do somebody have like their
I'm sorry if you fat.
audio
I'm
running?
sorry. I don't mean to offend anyone.
I mean, don't be unapologetic. If that's what you think, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
Um,
I humbly disagree though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's your fault entirely. I don't. I think it's genetic. It's how you grew up. It's also
Genetic.
trained, and you have to retrain yourself as an adult from things that you've been taught as a kid. That's been basically been miseducated, and that's on all levels. That's not just your weight. That's on every level. That's mental. That's emotional. And this is a topic about overall health. It's all the above, and you gotta redirect yourself, re-educate yourself. And it takes a long time. You know what I'm saying? And you have to gain those tools, you have to manufacture those tools. You got to put the work in to get to that point. So it does take you some time. And everybody arrives at a different point. Hopefully, for people hopefully you arrive at it on time. You have enough time. I believe God gives you enough time. You know what I'm saying? So, He gives everybody enough. I think He gives everybody enough time to, to basically reverse their mistakes. So what I mean, once you reverse that mistake and you start doing what you got to do, it will turn around. But it does take you time. But it can be done. So if anybody who feels like you run out of time, you're never out of time. As long as you're alive, you got time. Work on what you need to work on. Become the best you. Live the best life, and be blessed.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
um,
And
I
then
do think.
also, oh, I'm sorry, First Tammy, First Lady.
Good.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say. Also, as far as earlier, what Mrs. M3 said, as far as we haven't been taught, I think we haven't been taught, and we don't take the time to educate ourselves.
Right.
So I think that some people they start with a whole cold turkey approach where they just give up things, knowing that it's something that they really. So because I feel like there are some people that they can do cold turkey, and some people cannot.
Yep.
So you have to know yourself and be honest with yourself about what you know works for you. Like for me, I know that I can't. When it comes to water, I can't just go cold turkey. I have to really gradually get there. I can't just all of a sudden stop doing something. Like I like French fries. I can't just say, okay, I'm done eating French fries. No more French fries to me. Like for me, I have to go from eating a large fry to a medium fry
That's what I'm talking about.
So for me, it has to be a gradual
That's
thing
the way to
rather
do
than
it.
cold turkey. And I think some
That's the way to do
people
it.
they say, okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and stop doing all these different things. Well, you
Yep.
can't do that, and you know yourself. You have to know if you're the kind of person that can do that. If you know you're the kind of person that you can do cold turkey, that's okay. But if you know you're not, don't try to fool yourself to think that that's going to be okay because if it doesn't work that way when you try it, you're not going to be successful. So
I think the best way that works is always like in moderation. That's what I always
yeah,
try to educate my people. Don't be like me, who would jump from eating a bunch of fast food and then try to like, kill it all. It's just not going to be healthy for you. You're going to have major withdrawals. So in slow moderation, gradually decrease like the calorie intake or certain foods. So if you're used to eating like three large fries, gradually slow down, slowly slow down, right?
Oh hell
Until
no!
maybe like a
Please,
size medium, two size mediums, to like maybe a one small fry.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Three
you
large
know,
I
I
fries.
mean,
just
like,
described the whole thing. Like I had the girl that does my hair. She is just very very healthy lifestyle as far as food. And I tried what she was doing, and I did good that first week. Oh, I did very, very good. I mean, I was eating every single thing I was supposed to eat. I wasn't eating no French fries, wasn't drinking no soda, was only drinking water. I cut out all the carbs. I mean, I was doing good. But yeah, before that week was over, I was craving them fries. I was craving them fries.
Them
Your
fries,
fries was
Tammy, they are
calling
hard,
back to you.
especially when they
The
are
crazy,
It
dollars.
the
was
crazy,
like
the
cold turkey
crazy
don't work.
thing.
And I had to learn that about myself. Like Tammy, you cannot just give up something. Just no, that's not gonna work. You gotta gradually go from what you normally do. Take it down a little bit. Take it down a little bit, and then you're gonna be okay. Okay, so it
And
is. It is definitely about knowing yourself and knowing what works.
I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
also
to
say that.
contribute to that question, my 2 cents would be that one of the reasons why it is so difficult for us to maintain a healthy lifestyle is because of habits, poor habits, and I think a lot of persons spoke about that. I think Mrs. M3 mentioned something that's relating to habits and just our mindsets around living healthy. We see living healthy as a task and not something that we incorporate as a daily way of life. Like when we
Mhm.
incorporate living healthy as a way of life instead of some kind of unattainable goal that we need to achieve, then it becomes easier because we shift the mindset. So I think it's really about mindset and obviously environment because we are products of our environment and we practice what we see. So if everybody around us is eating unhealthy and is living an unhealthy lifestyle, then naturally we are going to follow suit. So it's just about breaking habits, and that can be very hard to do.
I think it's
Yeah.
also about knowing what's in what you're eating because food today is not food yesterday. They put so
Mhm.
much junk and gunk in it that
Mhm.
you don't know what you're getting. You think you're doing the right thing and it turns out not good for you. So I think it's also about, you know, what the mainstream people are doing to the foods we ingest. And then you look at
Mhm.
organic versus not organic. Now everybody can afford organic, so now you're eating healthier, but you're getting all of the pesticides and all of the gunk that's in it. So
Mhm.
it's so hard to figure it
It
out.
is.
And not everybody's able to home grow it and grow it themselves. So I think it's also about what the man or whoever is controlling our government with the food industry because they want to keep us on the medication because they control the pharmaceutical industry. So
Mhm.
put the junk in it because lard before is not the same lard today. you
Yeah.
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
so I think it's also what they're putting in our food. So
True.
That's
Yep.
that's true. One thing I want to say, right? And the Blooming Ebony, shout out to her and her YouTube
Shout
channel.
out to
Please
her.
follow her.
Yep.
She says, "Yes, you're the average of who you surround yourself with. Want to be fit? Find fit friends. LL." And yeah, she's definitely right. Like if you're trying to stay in shape, but you're around with people who are not putting the same practicals as you are, and sometimes those friends could also like be your downfall because
Mm-hmm.
they're like, well, you could eat this pork chop for one day. It's not going to hurt you. I mean, how many times you've been around like your friends and family? You try to be on a diet, and then they try to diet shame you, saying like, oh, you're good the way you are. Come on, like eat this burrito for me. Like you'll be all right. You only live once.
Exactly. Yep.
Food and
Well,
substances the same way. You're trying to quit smoking, trying to quit drinking, but you're still going and clubbing or hanging out with the friends that do it. It's going to be that
Exactly.
much harder to stop. Food and
Yeah.
and and
Just like
substances the same.
if you're married,
Hmm.
you gotta stop keep single friends. You know?
Yeah.
It's harder. It's harder.
Okay. Okay. Let me get to the number three question. I know I posted on there for a bit, but in regards to eating, what are some diets that you tried and found them to be ineffective? Why do you feel that they did not work?
Before we go to the third question, there's just something that top of my mind because uh, I was gonna call her name. Queen just said she introduced the idea of organic, and true that
Hmm.
organic foods are more expensive, but to the point for public and anybody that watches this stream, there's a difference between organic and GMO, and a lot of people don't know it. In health science, ninth graders all over the nation are getting this education now. Might as well adults have it too. Organic just means that there's fewer pesticides used when that food is being grown. That's what
Mm-hmm.
organic means. It's not the same thing as genetically modified organisms. Corn is a genetically modified organism. It's been that way since the 60s. Pluots are genetically modified food. White peaches are genetically modified food. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
same thing as organic. Organic just simply means they use less pesticides. So some people get that, like, it's not interchangeable. They get it confused, like, oh, organic means um,
No
no
taste.
scientific stuff was done to it. But genetically modified and organic are not the same thing. They mean different things.
Yeah, your true organics is basically like when you grow your own fruits from your own private garden.
Yeah. Popcorn is a genetically modified kernel of corn. So they genetically altered it so that it would pop when it gets enough heat to the molecule of water inside. So that's just
What? So I
something.
can't put like the actual corn and like make it pop
There's
in the
no such
microwave?
thing as non-GMO popcorn, even though they try to say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know, now you know.
Mm-hmm.
That means I can't eat popcorn anymore.
Well, like I said, everything is by your choice.
Queen, were you confused or did you know that?
Hmm?
What'd you say?
I said, were you confused? Did you know that?
No, I know that.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
not confused.
okay, I'm just checking.
Okay. Well, okay. Who's going to answer the number three question for me?
Every diet that I have ever been on, it has worked. Uh, but I do think that diets can work if you are motivated. You got to be motivated.
Hmm.
But there was a couple of diets that I tried, and I actually saw the results, and I was pretty happy. And I'm not a big fat person by nature, so maybe that's why. But you know, not,
Okay.
let me change that. I'm not overweight by nature, so that's probably why it was able to be more effective for me.
Oh,
But
okay,
I think if
okay.
they don't work, you're doing something wrong, or you're either doing something wrong, or you shouldn't just be on a diet. It might not, your body may not be able to take that.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not the diet that doesn't work. It's just that you don't work.
Right, right. It's like going to the gym and saying that I want to run, but not getting on the treadmill. It's just crazy if you just go on and park in the gym parking lot and not go in. You have to make the first steps.
Yeah.
But that's
See,
where it comes in with mental health too.
yeah.
Just because you are not making the first steps mentally, you might be stuck and need some other things to make that first step. So I think it all mental, emotional, and physical all ties together.
Mm,
Neither one is more important than the other. They're all very important.
mm.
Sure. I think the spiritual one ties in as well.
Right,
Oh yeah,
Even
I
like your
forgot the
right.
spiritual.
spiritual.
Most
My bad, my
definitely.
bad.
No, no, you
Yes.
good.
There are
Yeah.
6 aspects of wellness. I think tonight we're talking about 4 of them, but there are a basic 6. Um,
What's the other ones that we missed?
it doesn't have any particular order, but there are
Mhm.
6. So there's spiritual, social, emotional, financial,
Hmm.
um, there's
Yeah.
physical, and mental. And all of those components being in good balance makes for a healthy or wellness as a whole in an individual. And there's 3 of them that are interpersonal, like how you view yourself, your personality, um, traits and characteristics that you let other people see, um, your personal identity, more so because your personality is more like what people see of you or what they tell you they see, whereas your personal identity is how you see yourself. There's 3 of them that tie into that. And Cornelia touched on 2 of them, the mental and emotional health, social and spiritual health. All 3 of those are the ones that emotional, social, and spiritual are the interpersonal ones. How you view yourself is how you'll reflect. And so being able to go to the gym, those 3 are intact. You're more likely to go to the gym. Your gym is 30 minutes away as opposed to 2 hours away. You're more likely to go to the gym. Like things that help you to be okay with you, and also the physical distance between the challenge that you're giving yourself and your ability to take on that challenge.
Okay, so I have a question to ask because the two components, right, that we didn't add into the table, the social and the monetary health, how does that affect a person?
Social and financial.
Hmm.
Um, so financial well-being, especially, well, the first thing I think about is the older population because there's a lot of elder abuse going on, especially with their finances, and that can really make them feel insignificant or powerless in a life where they've been, maybe they're the breadwinner, maybe they've been taking care of their family all the time. Now their goals are the first, and their kids take care of their finances, tell them when to get up, where to go, and all that kind of stuff. It can be a mental challenge for them because their finances are
Right.
under control of someone else. That happens with, children that haven't reached 21 yet, but they want to do whatever they want to do. But it's more so very prevalent in the elder community. Um, a person who hasn't yet reached their plateau in life and they see the career that they want to have, but they're not there yet. They're going to college for it, or they had to drop out of college for an injury or for lack of finances, and they're trying to see that next level. Um, Not having financial discipline, even if you do earn, like, you can be a 6-figure, 5-figure, but not know how to, you know, if you give a person $1 and they know what to do with it and they still have some change left at the end of the week, they're going to do well with 1,000 or 100,000. If you give a person $1 and at the end of the week they have nothing, but they don't know what they did with it or how they spent it, that's lacking financial discipline. You wouldn't want to trust that person with 1,000 or $100,000. They can't handle one.
Okay,
Financial discipline
and then what
is
about the social
interpersonal.
health?
It's an interpersonal. Uh, you have to train yourself how to be
Mhm.
financially disciplined, but at the same time, there's every external factor that will play a role on your being able to build that. So from young age, like with kids, developmentally thinking about how that looks, you teach a kid how to use a penny bank, right? You teach them how to save money. As they get older, middle school or elementary school, you teach them how to save and spend money. And then when they're high school, you teach them how to save, spend, and invest. There's stages to everything. And some kids get it younger than others. Some adults still don't know how to do it.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, thanks for breaking that down.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get back to the Hold on for a second.
And the other part of financial is to be able to share your wealth and not be broke. To learn how to share with others and not be broke. Because some people they're philanthropists to their detriment. An example would be what MC Hammer did when he made it to fame, and then he didn't know how to say no sometimes, and he wound up bankrupt. At least that's the gist of the story. He's back on his feet now. He's a minister. He's in Fremont.
I think that there's definitely more to
He's
it.
doing good. Yeah, he's doing
But,
good now.
yeah, let me boomerang back to the number 3 before I jump to number 4. But like, okay, like I said, I know we talked about like diets that possibly work, but we don't work when we don't really follow like the diets that is instructed. But what are your thoughts? Casey, I want to ask you for your thoughts. What do you think about
Um,
number 3 question?
Diets. Like I've been on several diets. I can't even remember the names of diets I've been on. But
Mm-hmm.
there's the Master Cleanse. There is Golo. Golo is a supplement pill that is marketed for persons who have insulin resistance. Um, I've not been diagnosed with that, but I just saw it and I the storyline made sense, and I just like let me try it. Um, I've done a few diets, and some worked for a short period of time, and others just didn't work at all. Um, it comes right back to what you said, that the diet work. Uh, I mean, I think our problem, two things that has been used against us for centuries is financial illiteracy. We weren't taught financial literacy. We still have not mastered financial literacy. And the other big thing that is killing us in the Black community is nutrition. We
Yeah,
don't understand nutrition. I mean, I'm not saying all of us, but less the handful of people who might understand nutrition, maybe like Mrs. Henson, who's still really be keen and astute about nutrition. But the vast majority of us do not understand the science behind
yeah,
nutrition. So I think that once we can educate ourselves on these things, we
mm-hmm.
will start to see a paradigm shift. And, I am on that journey towards enlightenment, as it relates to financial literacy or literacy and nutrition. And we have to understand our bodies and our body types and the things that plague our families. Like that's another thing that I'm learning about health. So you are healthy as the work you're willing to put into yourself.
Yeah. I definitely hear you on that one, and I agree. Where it stems from is it is the lack of education, especially within our community. Because I hate to try to compare it to like other nationalities, but if I could kind of compare it to the European community, when I go over to like their house, like I see the way how they feed their kids. They feed them with salads, a lot
Mhm.
of like good healthy proteins. And most of the time, this is where I get my most of my education, like from whites and from like the Asian community. There's certain foods that they put in their system, and you wonder why they're so lean. We could look at them like, oh, like why they're so skinny, but back in I would probably say back in the 50s and probably earlier on, like we was like their size. Well, our parents and grandparents and great grandparents was like their size at one point, and it was
Mm-hmm.
all based off the nutrition value of what they ate, but
And
they
their
didn't
physical
really
labor,
know.
their hard
Well,
work.
yeah,
We
I
have
even
computers.
yeah.
We have all that lazy
Physical
things,
labor plus
technology.
like a well balanced like nutritional diet or just a
Mm-hmm.
nutritional meal
How far back?
consistently. How far
I've
back?
been around. I've been
Yeah,
around other
because you
nationalities too.
saying grandparents and stuff, and they was eating pig intestines, so that wasn't a well health balanced diet at
Well,
all.
that was by the time they were in their 60s or 40s, right? That's not when they
Hmm.
were young.
But at the time, like their foods wasn't like really all that processed. You know what I
Mm-mm.
mean? Like, and even though I would say like most of them was eating that way in that lifestyle, but what about the portion size? See,
Listen,
Yeah, I was gonna say
back
that.
then our place was like,
Yeah,
like the little what do you call it? The little saucer
yeah.
plate. That was like the dinner plate.
yeah,
Now our dinner plate is like three times as much, and that's what we consume like in one of our meals per day. Think
yep.
about
Well,
the whole breakfast and the lunch, and then you snack, and it's too much. It's a
I can
lot.
give you
The
a funny
kids'
story.
meal was an adult sized meal in the 80s. If you think about our grandparents, that's not that long ago. And in their generation, they were 20 something or 30 something in the 80s. They had fast food restaurants just like we do. They had
Right.
processed foods. The 80s was the introduction of the microwave.
Hmm.
So when you
Right.
think about our grandparents, that's not that long ago. So they have the same kind of diet that we have. They just had more nutrition in their food. Our food
I
is
do.
less nutritious.
I do know that over here in the United States, the portion sizes are a lot bigger. Because when I've gone to England, their portion sizes are smaller. Even the McDonald's they have, their sandwiches
Australia,
are smaller than the ones we have out here. So out
yep.
here, that's why there's so much obesity is because of the fact that our portion sizes are so big. And over in other countries, they're not as big.
Well,
So
that and then probably you guys are actually eating like real chicken. When we go to oh wait a minute,
Mexico.
hold on guys,
Yeah.
we got the other Sam. What up,
Hey,
Sammy
Sammy.
Sam?
Hey, Sam.
Hey,
Oh,
hold on,
sorry I'm
What's going
late. I
on?
just got off of work.
It's all good. It's all
Yeah,
Welcome.
good.
no. We definitely understand. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me go ahead and then I gotta give a round of applause like to like everyone that came like to the panel. Even the ones that came like much like earlier is much appreciated. So I'm gonna give everyone, all the ladies and the Mass King, a
Yeah.
round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'd like to thank my mother.
Before you move on to the next question in three, I'm gonna make this point real quick.
Mhm.
The overall thing with health is your spiritual health. You know what I'm saying? That's the number one because you know, and that's just my belief. Everybody can believe in whatever they want. It's cool, but the good book, the Bible says, mental health is one thing, your physical health is one thing, your emotional health is one thing, but spiritual health accounts for it all. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a good internal. You have to be good, and you have to work on your inside first. And once you work on your inside first, that allows you to work on everything else. If your inside is corrupted, it's gonna be corrupted to everything else. Now, I mean, the
Right.
reason I did the things that I did was because you know I was not healthy. Spiritually, I wasn't healthy at all. I wasn't happy completely with myself. So of course, I'm gonna eat all these different foods and trying to cope with the things I'm not really dealing with in my life completely. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be you gotta be cool. You know what I mean? On the inside first, man, because the way you view yourself, the way you view life, that's gonna determine what you do. That's gonna see whether you either gonna be motivated or not motivated. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
Right.
that's where it all comes from. So start on your inside first. You know what I mean? You can try all these little diets, all these little tricks, and all these little different things if you want, but it ain't gonna factor. You may lose some pounds, you may lose it, but you ain't gonna maintain it because your insides, your inside of you is just completely bankrupt. It's completely gone. You know what I'm saying? So you got to work on the inside of you, and the rest of you will work. And that's how I'm able to maintain. It's not even physical. The physical part is really easy. The workouts are easy now. It's just a routine. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I do my routine. I keep it moving. That's only a small part of my day. That's probably like maybe 5% of my day, maybe 10%, if that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But the real big thing is the spiritual side. Me staying grounded, and me staying positive, and me staying motivated, me staying, in love with myself and in love with God and with the things around me. That's what keeps me going.
Okay, okay. I mean, I was gonna say the spiritual talk for a little bit later, but since you are mentioning about the spiritual health, right? Um, for the ones who probably like don't really understand about the spiritual well being, can you elaborate a little bit more, like Mass King, like an example, like
Yeah,
what
no
are the
problem, no
signs that
problem,
your spiritual health when it's not well?
no
How
problem.
can
So,
you? Yeah.
so for those who believe or don't believe, if you don't believe, then I'm gonna use the term. If you ever heard the term chakras, you know what I mean. The chakras are like your inside. It's like your thought process, your emotions, your mentality. Are you meditating? Are you reading positive things? Or you're around positive people? You know what I mean? And when your chakras align, and you're living that positive life, you put those positive people around you, man, you running 5 miles ain't nothing. You know what I mean? You working out for 30 minutes ain't nothing. You eating the right things ain't nothing. You working
Right.
at a job for 8 hours ain't nothing because now you're motivated and you're dedicated. So work don't feel like work. It's actually fun for you. You know what I mean? Because you're happy and you're motivated with you first. You could be at the most crummiest job ever, but if you're happy with yourself and you're motivated, you have a goal in front of you, you know what you're trying to obtain, and you stick to that goal, you're gonna make it happen. Trust me, I've done it. I've worked and gone to school and done both of them, and I've been able to do it. You know what I'm saying? It was it is I did sacrifice a lot of things to do that. Trust me, but it can be done. You know what I mean? But it took me really loving myself and really loving what I do to make me do that. It was a love for it. That's what really motivated me. I didn't care if I only slept 2 hours or 3 hours or how many hours I slept. I was gonna be at that job. I was gonna be on time. I actually won an award for being on time. I was gonna be on time, and I was gonna be on time to that school. No doubt about it. I was gonna finish my curriculum because I love what I did, and that's what it starts with. It starts with, what I mean, you just basically being motivated with yourself and whatever you need to do. If you need to seek help, seek therapy, seek whatever you need to seek. Remove some negative people from your life. I don't even care if they're related to you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I even speak to certain people in my family here and there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get too elaborate on it. I ain't gonna put nobody on blast, but yeah, there's certain family members. I mean, that are close family. You can't get no closer than what they are. And I select the times I speak to them because I'm not gonna let them impact me in a negative way. I refuse. I'm focused on what I need to do, and I'm going to do what I need to get done. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You come first. That's the number one thing out of all.
Yeah.
You have to come first. You have to come first. Now, if you have a child that feels different, you kind of got to have an equal balance. You know what I mean? So for those with children, you have an equal balance. But number one, you got to start with you. If you ain't on your task first, your kid is gonna be on their task. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? No matter how
Got
much
you.
value you give them, you got to be on task first. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you, Mass King.
no doubt.
Uh, Sammy Sam, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
Sam, I have a question that I want to ask you real quick. Um, because we're talking about health, and right now, like we're on like pretty much like the physical side of health, but let's just say like your health is good or your health is not good. Either way, how does the impact of your health affect you emotionally?
Well, I mean, like when your body's good and you're feeling good, like it affects you mentally as well. Like if your body's doing good and you're eating good, you're like
Hmm.
exercising, you're focusing on mental health and spiritual health, like of course you're going to feel better. Your body's at its optimal.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Does it? Do you feel like it makes you feel like more confident about yourself, like when you're doing those things, and when you feel like you're take care of yourself?
Oh, well, it's kind of like, well, yeah. And then it also is like
Mm,
I'm reaching towards like a specific goal to get like better and like have longevity in my life and things like that. And so when I'm like, no, I'm reaching like heading towards those goals and taking care of myself, like I sleep better, I eat better, I'm more positive out in the world. Even when I
yeah.
have that crap job and I'm like there, I do have not crap, but like it doesn't bother me when I have to deal with like somebody who's upset, a patient who comes in who's upset with something because I'm like in a good mood and I'm happy because I'm doing my thing, I'm taking care of myself. And
Yeah.
I also feel better. Like I don't know if you guys have like tried changing like eating habits and then you go back to eating something that's like junk food and then your like stomach
Mm.
gets all bloated or uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I know that feeling.
that's what I'm dealing with now.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm dealing with that right now.
we all feel you.
And
Yeah.
but it's hard not to eat that stuff neither because like there's these moments where you go back to it because it's comforting. Well,
Right.
for me anyway, like I'll go back and like you're like, oh, I don't
Mm,
need
comfort
that
food.
cake or that ice cream, but I'm gonna eat it because why not? I'm like in a mood or something or whatever's going on, and then like eat it or for a treat or something, and then my stomach gets all upset and irritated.
Right.
This is a good question that I want to ask everyone, right? Because you mentioned comfort food, and now I'm kind of intrigued. Why do we use food for comfort?
I, I think it depends on the individual.
Psychological.
Yeah.
It's
I definitely
mental.
also.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what'd you say, Sam? Hold on, guys.
Oh, I was just mentioning. I think there's like lots of layers to it. Like it can be psychological, like someone had mentioned and thrown out. The other thing is that like it could also stem from like growing up. Like I know my grandmother personally, like she'd always like feed you, and was one way she showed you that she cared, and so then that becomes embedded in you that it's a form of comfort. Like
What's the first thing we do if a baby's crying after patting them on the back and shushing them doesn't work?
Smacking them sleep?
A
I don't
bottle,
know.
a bottle,
bottle.
You stick that bottle in
Oh,
their
okay.
mouth.
Yeah.
a
To
bottle.
me, it's just because I feel like eating it.
It's psychological, but
I
it's
just,
training. It's
I
training.
feel like
I just want it.
depression has a lot to do with the food intake also. Like if you're going through a bad breakup or something, you just tend to like order a pizza. Who eats a large pie? Like I know I've done that more than once. Like some things mentally that's on your mind that makes you want to eat. It's mental. Like
Yeah.
psychologically, whatever you mentally like, you tell yourself like, "Oh, I'm depressed." Then when you depressed, you lonely. What comforts you? Food. Or if you stressed out and you had a bad day at work, you're gonna go to the nearest fast food restaurant, quick, fast, easy. No one's gonna work and be stressed out all day. Come home, wanna cook. That's not the average person doesn't do that.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to Mr. DJ Eddie King.
Hey, what's going on, M3? What's going on, Mass King, Brooklyn, baby? Luna Love, First Lady. Hey, Kasim, how you doing? How you doing, all the newcomers?
Yes, sir.
Queen, 2021, how you doing? All right. Sorry I'm late. Traffic,
No,
getting
no,
home from
no,
work.
no, no, no problem. Like
Shout out.
I,
We got to shout out M3 too. You know what I mean? M3.
Oh my God.
well, everybody know me already.
I shout out to M3 already. Yep.
Yeah, no, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, DJ Eddie, like we have Sam, well Samantha, then we have Sam, so we got two Sams in the building.
Two Sam's, what's up?
Yeah, and then we have like Casey. I don't know if you can see the
KC?
names that well, but yeah.
Is it Kansas City or just they just call you KC? Uh-huh.
Oh, Kansas City.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was.
she's like no.
Oh, okay, my bad. KC. Okay, gotcha.
While you're in the chat, I want to ask. Let me start with this question that I want to ask you, DJ Eddie. And I think you
Yeah.
will be the good one to answer this, right?
Okay.
We have these little bonus questions, but shout outs
Bonus.
to Casey with my conversation with her. She gave me this idea, but how did it's coming up? How did the COVID-19 affect your mental health?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Mm, mm. Well, it affected everything. As far as going out and buying certain things, certain items, you can't really. it's a lot of stores that's been shut down because of COVID. Certain things that you need, like for example, like the gym. I want to buy gym equipment, and I
Mhm.
can't because it's shut down. Business is shut down because of that. So you have to go elsewhere. Sometimes you got to drive far to get these things. And yeah, the the COVID, it did a lot of it's a lot of problems, a lot of problems.
Hmm.
But yeah, but anywho, for example, like I'm trying to get healthy. I'm trying to get my body in shape. You have to be 100% dedicated. 100% dedicated means, first of all, I don't like going to I used to like going to the gym, but why go to the gym when you can bring the gym home with you? I went out and I bought like
Hmm.
five, six
Mhm.
equipments. You got to spend money though. It's not easy, it's hard, but you got to spend money. You got to build your own gym to be dedicated. Always watch your food eating habits. You know, don't eat some fried chicken because you having a bad day. Don't blame it on a bad day. You decided to eat chicken because you wanted to. We can't blame that on nobody but you. So if you want to be 100% dedicated, we know what to eat. We know not to eat. We know the rights and the wrongs. I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And I want to ask Casey this question because in our convo, like, the COVID situation was the opposite for her. Casey, do you mind if you share your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. For me, the pandemic did not put any mental strain on me at all. It basically opened my
Right.
eyes up to a lot of things that were happening,
Mhm.
things that I was not paying attention to within myself. And it just gave me a moment to just be still and to work on me, work on myself. Um, Thank God, I'm very grateful that I was never sick. I never caught COVID. I didn't have any symptoms. Nobody in my family got it. And I'm just very grateful for that because plenty of people cannot say the same. There were a lot of people who lost loved ones. There were persons who got the COVID-19 themselves. So, I'm pretty grateful for that. But for me, it gave me time to heal some wounds, to eliminate some relationships that were not good for me. I took the moment to read a lot of books. I really delved into my spirituality during the COVID period, during the quarantine period, because like I was just home alone and I was like, what am I going to do with all this time? And I must say that I think I have grown tremendously during the whole pandemic. Financially, did I suffer financially? Yes, I did. Not in a great way, but there was some loss there. But overall, I think for my mental health and my spirituality, the pandemic helped me, had a positive effect on me.
Wow. Well, that's good. That that's the type of stuff I do like to hear because I think at first we had the expectation that it was going to be all bad, all negative.
Hmm.
Um, it was going to probably be like worser than like the stock market crash of like what 2008 or something like that, or 2010. But
Hmm.
either way, we just thought like it was going to be like another Great Depression because of everything being shut down. And I literally gave it like at least in my head like 5 years for everything to recover. But I mean,
Hmm.
I guess I was wrong. I mean, still like things are not the same like how like it used to be, but it just kind of shows that people are resilient. And when it comes to money, these big wigs gonna find some kind of way to bring their business back up. You
Mhm.
know,
Hmm.
whether they have to sacrifice their own employees and put them at a risk of COVID. Let
Hmm.
me see.
Right.
Yeah. I was about to
Mhm.
say.
Was the question about mental health with the pandemic?
Oh,
Are
I
we on
asked.
there yet?
Well, you can answer it if you want to, but I asked like how did like. Well, I said the COVID, but you can say the pandemic. How did the pandemic affect your mental health? Yeah. Mhm.
Well, I never stopped. My job never shut down. I didn't have the opportunity to work from home. I was very pissed about that. I work in the mental health field. I was at work every day, and even 60 to 70 hours a week. So that's 30 hours over what my normal shift was. But what I did see is that 90% of our clients had reoccurring episodes with mental health breakdowns because of the pandemic, because these are usually people who are already isolated, already alone, and now you take away the drop-in centers or the social activities that the little that they did do, you take it all away and you tell them sit in your house, don't go outside, wear a mask, blah blah blah. And so we saw a severe increase of people struggling and reoccurring episodes of mental health where they would come and just say, I couldn't take it. So they're here for a few days and then a week or however long they stayed, and then they would go back and, maybe in a few months we see them again. Hey, I just
Mhm.
had a hard time. So I think it's very fortunate and a blessing for those who haven't been affected mentally,
Right.
but it's very severe for those who have, even people without mental health issues. I mean, I was in a line one day and this at the post office, and this woman, she kept pacing. This was like last year, so this is the heightened portion of the pandemic. She kept pacing too close to me and talking and pulling down her mask and doing all this stuff. And me and the lady in front of me, we was like, what's really good with this lady? So I said, are you okay? And she was like, I just can't take it, blah blah blah. And she just started going on this rant, loud, you know, I'm just stuck and I can't go outside and I can't walk and I can't do this. And I said, well, so we just listened. So I just became a social worker. That's what I do. And I was like, so what did you normally do? So to talk her off the ledge, I didn't know this lady, but she was shaking. She was having literally a panic attack and a mental
Mm.
breakdown
Oh
on a
wow.
line at a UPS store. It was my day off. I was like, man, I just dealt with this 24, I just worked 45 hours this week. I don't want to deal with this. But, talking her off a ledge and going, okay, well, so we are in a pandemic. There's nothing you can do about that, right? So where can
Mhm.
we go from here? Motivation interviewing. Like, you can't do this, but what can you do? Okay, so you can take a walk. You can sit in the park. You may not be able to take a walk with all your homies or go to the club or the bar like you used to. So find what you can do in this time that's going to help you,
Right.
because at the end of the day, the kids at home, the little ones you're talking about, they need you to keep it together. Here's a 1-800 number, a hotline you can call for help any time of the day, because those little ones that you told me about, they can't handle you breaking down because they're depending on you. Because
Mm.
she had like 4 kids at home. Now they're being homeschooled. She was stressed out. Now I understand that, but
Gotta get a
a
hold
lot
of
of people didn't, it affected so many people in so many different ways. But yeah, I was mad because I had to go to work every day. So I didn't see no difference in the pandemic other than instead of it taking me 45 minutes to get to work, I can get to work in 30 minutes because there was no traffic.
Okay, okay.
I really feel that all like it's getting worse. The world's getting worse ever since this COVID-19 had hit the earth. Um, but this is what I think. This is what I don't understand. If they can tell us, hey, if you don't get vaccinated, this is what this COVID is going to do to you. Okay, you can tell us what damage this COVID-19 is going to cause us, but you can't tell us what's in the vaccine. But you want us to get vaccinated. What
Right.
is in the vaccine? We don't know.
Right.
Mm.
So that's why
Right.
I don't want to get vaccinated.
Right.
I really feel like in order to be healthy, we have to find the solution on how to get better and how to we have to find it on our own because
Right.
I don't believe this us getting vaccinated is going to help at all. You
Nope.
know, like far as like the 6 feet and things like that, you got to wear the mask and stuff. Um, I don't think that's going to. I don't think the mask is going to do anything because if this thing is airborne, how's this going to protect us from us wearing a mask? How's it protect us?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I think we have to find the solution on our own. We have to become doctors. We have to look up information. You know, we have to look these things up to figure this out on our own. You know, if anyone have good information, please share it. You know, on YouTube, whatever, share it. So give it to us so we can know and we can help our community a lot better. But there's a lot of jobs that's been shut down, except for like hospitals, uh, social services,
Oh yeah,
you
California went back on
uh,
lockdown, huh?
um, just but it's a lot of stores except for like grocery stores and stuff like that. But everything else damn near shut down. Like I couldn't even I couldn't just walk in the store and buy my equipment. They had to mail it to me.
Yeah.
You know, and because they got to wipe it down and everything. But then when I got it, I had to wipe it down, and clean to make sure that it's not infected. It's getting worse. But I feel like we have to come up and find out what's really going on and how to fix this situation. We can't ask doctors because the doctors is not going to help us. They're not going to help us. This is what allegedly. This is what they get paid to do. They want you to be sick. Either way, they want you to be sick so they could get paid. They're not going to tell you, "Hey, go out here and don't eat this, but eat this." But they're not going to tell us that. So we have to look up our own information to help us all. You know.
Um,
But go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody has something to say. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say. So, in answer to what Luann said, so California hasn't gotten shut down again. We're not shut down again. I mean, at least I know, at least in Sacramento,
I didn't
nothing.
say it was shut down.
No, you didn't. But Luann, she was saying, I guess she thought that California had been shut down again. And I was telling her that it wasn't. Um,
It's going
as
to
far,
be. It's going to be.
I mean,
From this new virus that's hit the surface. Also, it's a new virus that hit the
um,
surface. That's just the
yeah,
rumor anyway. We don't know.
as far as the how my mental health was affected by the pandemic, to be honest, my mental health wasn't really affected. I mean, I was still working. I mean, yeah, I wasn't working in the classroom, but I was still teaching at home. Um, I feel like for a lot of students, their mental health was definitely affected. Their performance was definitely affected. My daughter, she was perfectly fine, but she did a lot of like video calls and things like that. So that helped her to stay connected with people that she's friends with. So the social aspect as far as actually her interacting with them was not necessarily there, but she has fun like doing video calls with people. So for her, she was doing okay. And with her schoolwork, I'm a teacher, so we already know I'm a teacher, so her schoolwork wasn't going to go down. She was going to do what she was supposed to. Um, but I mean, I was thankful to have a job because I was still working, I was still getting paid. Um, but for me, I mean, I feel like
Guys, I'll be right back.
my my mentality of it was that there's really nothing that you can do. So getting upset about what's going on isn't going to change anything. So try to do what you can to work with it, if that makes any sense. So I guess that could be why my mental health wasn't necessarily affected like others, just because my mentality was I'm not going to get upset about it because there's nothing I can do about it. So rather than get upset about something I have no control over, I'm gonna go ahead and just do what I can, be thankful I have a job, and work with my students and try when my students are in class with me, try to make my class
Yes, ma'am.
enjoyable and fun for them, so that they will want. And I had students that my class was one of the only classes that they went to during the whole distance learning thing. But yeah, so that's my little 2 cents as far as how my mental health was affected, or should I say, not affected by the pandemic. So
Do y'all believe that we should get vaccinated? And this is a
Yeah,
question for everybody.
yeah,
No, I don't think. I don't.
absolutely.
I don't think.
Okay,
No.
go ahead, Sam. I mean,
So,
who was that?
Me,
Sam?
Larry.
Oh,
Mr.
because there's a
Howard,
bunch of people talking at the same time. Oh, go ahead.
so,
Yeah,
um, So I'm a certified nursing assistant. I worked the whole pandemic. The pandemic affected me mentally. It made me depressed because like in New York, the count was high for COVID, and I saw bodies like dropping left and right. The hospital was a mess. Every unit I worked on, all the equipment, like everything was just scattered around. People was in so much distress. Sometimes I would do 14 hours a day. When I would come home, and like my son is 2, so I would come home. I never wear my scrubs out of work. I always put them in my locker, but I would have to change. So now my son is at someone else's house during the pandemic. And then, like, when I would come home to change my clothes, I wouldn't even get a chance to do that. I would just literally jump in my car to go get him from someone else's house. And I would be like worried about him all day because I'm like, now I just did 14 hours in the hospital on a unit all day, in and out of patient's room. Yeah, I had on the environment, but that's really not effective because like the patients were really sick. Some people came in here not even being sick with COVID, and then next thing you know, they just automatically caught the virus, and now they dead. They're out of here. Like I was depressed. I couldn't stop working. I'm a single mom. I had to provide for my son. Um, I know it affected his mental health because like his social skills now he's just starting to like interact with kids. Like, he was just it was a mess. Like I'm still depressed actually a little bit from it, but it's getting better.
Mm.
It didn't affect me financially because like I said, I was always working. But so I don't know. I just feel like the whole virus at first I thought it was a joke, but then me actually being on the unit, seeing people like hooked up to the respirator because that's what they were using to basically kind of like cure you for the virus. They would just hook you up on a respirator and then let your body give out on its own, which isn't a cure, but no one has the real like no one knows really what to do. Like no one, like with the whole vaccination, no one really knows that that's going to stop you from catching the virus. The mask is the joke. If it's airborne and it's in the air, the mask is not going to
Ooh.
stop you from inhaling whatever's in the air. Like I don't know what to think.
Yeah. Well, let me get
Larry,
Mr.
Larry,
Howard's
go
But
ahead,
let me get
Larry.
Mr. Howard's
virus
opinion.
does exist because people were really losing their life. So like, which one is it?
Let,
My
let me.
phone.
Oh, what part of New York that you talking
Brooklyn.
about?
Brooklyn,
Brooklyn. Oh,
Brooklyn.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Is the mic on?
That's family, DJ Eddie. That's family right there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why I said what part of New York.
You guys can hear me?
I
Mr.
also
Howard, what's going
Right.
on?
Yo, yeah, my bad for being late. I had some stuff going on. I had to
It's all good. It's all good. We
shut
got
it
you,
down.
man.
But
I wanted to mention something about about vaccinations. The other thing is that like all the people who want us to get vaccinated, they don't understand our hesitation or the black experience or why we would even be hesitant to get the vaccine. And that might be something we could talk about too, just like the black experience and why we are hesitant to get vaccines. Like though I don't want to talk about that.
I think that what I'm saying, it's two ways you can look at it. Like, I mean, I got it because I'm just tired of, what I'm saying, second guessing what if. So, I mean, if you don't take it, you got to worry about it. If you do take it, you got to worry about it. So, what's the best option at this time? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you gotta think like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing is guaranteed in life, period. But if it's something that can definitely, help me out, why not do it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like jobs is requiring people to do this now because people is using it as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Not to go to work. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, the first time somebody try to get some excuse to do something, of course they're gonna utilize it and try to take advantage of what actually needs to happen. So I mean, like we conditioned to think that everybody's against us anyway. So I mean, what I'm saying, that's why, we in that mindset to where, what I'm saying, we feel like, what I'm saying, we can't trust nobody. And that's a
Mm.
problem. And that goes way past health and everything else. Like right here, we networking, right? Like how many times can what I'm saying, like, black people all get together and do something like this? And people think we can't do it and we're not capable. We all sitting right here, right? Everybody saying their piece and everybody giving everybody their time to speak. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, why can't we be organized? They want us
Hmm.
to not do that. So when
Mm.
people don't want to do something like simple as take, you know what I'm saying, a vaccination, and I'm not saying that this is going to be forced on you because I mean everybody's entitled to the way they want to move as far as that go. But that's a perfect example of how they create conflict between the things that we're capable of doing. And I just want everybody to just, let that set in for a second.
Okay, okay.
I feel like prayer. Like by the grace of God, I never got sick through COVID. Um, I never I've been working in the hospital for 7 years and I didn't take the flu shot either. And I'm not gonna never say never, but I feel like God's grace and prayer has a lot to do with like um like just stimulating your mind during the whole process. Like me, I'm against the vaccination just because I know what's like behind it. And I know a lot of people that took it and their body didn't adjust well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey, everybody like is like no one has the answer. Like, what if you do take the vaccination? It's allegedly supposed to stop you from not getting the virus, but then what happens if you still catching it? Then what?
Right.
yeah. And allegedly, and I know people like who took the vaccination shots and immediately had crazy like side effects, and I mean it was just so bad. I was like, why even go through that? Like you should take no medication that's gonna put you in a bad situation. I ain't trying to rhyme off of that, but still. But the point is that
What,
um
what if, like,
people
saying
who
a diabetic didn't take their insulin shot? You know what I'm
say
saying?
again,
Because, like, what if
yeah,
a diabetic decided not to take their insulin shot? You know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, they was scared of the outcome of that. Like, all medicines have side effects. So,
hmm,
I mean,
So
you know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to look at it like that. Like, this ain't no different from nothing else that they're pushing on everybody, you know what I'm saying, and try to make them put them into the place. Yeah, it's money involved. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just how life works. You know what I'm saying? I mean, somebody got to pay somebody to do something. And that's a whole other subject. I'm not even going to go into that. But, I mean, you got to look at it that way. Like, I mean, medicine is here to try to, you know what I'm saying, make you, better. That puts you in a better situation. But it's always something that you got to think about in the back of your head.
yeah, but
that's
you
why I
know
try to avoid that. Oh, go
he
ahead.
said that all medicines have have side effects, right? We could go to the stores and look on the back of it, and some say you may get drowsy or this and that.
Right,
But as far as
the
being vaccine, they don't have no info.
right,
There's no information.
right.
That's different.
And
We
insulin,
can't put that vaccination we can't put that into all the other medicines that we've been taking for years, like flu medicine or
right,
Tylenol. We can't add that in there.
right,
Well, I mean, it's valid. It's valid
We
because
have
of
to
the
look
side
up this
effects.
information, and like I said earlier, we have to look up this. If this information we have to look up is important before anybody's to take the vaccine.
Yeah, you
There's no,
definitely be knowledgeable
there's
of that.
huh?
You definitely should be knowledgeable of that. That's yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Mhm.
yeah, that's all I want to say. We have to just look up information on this, man, before we decided to take it, because pretty soon they're going to make this mandatory. Like if we was to ever go out to get a job, if we want a job, in order for you to get a job, you have to be vaccinated. So they're gonna start making that mandatory pretty soon.
They
You
already
know,
have me out here. Like they've been doing
oh
some places already.
they have?
Yep, yep, they
Oh,
have.
okay. Wow.
Mm.
Yeah, because what's happening is that people are staying at home and collecting paychecks and don't want to do nothing. So they got kind of wanted to X that out. They like, yeah, we helping you, but yeah, you need you want to work or you don't. That's
Mm.
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. They wow. That's a
Let me see.
crazy choice, and you got to put food on the table for the kids and stuff, and they give you that option, like, hey, either if you want to work, you got to take this. If you don't want to take this, you're not going to work. That's crazy.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is. That's exactly what they doing out here, and it's like expecting you have to make a decision. But I mean, for some people it's a messed up thing, but for some people taking advantage of it, I don't feel sorry for them.
Mm.
yeah. Okay, I wanna give a shout out to CJ Cows. Thank you for patiently waiting to join into like the live stream.
Yeah,
Um,
what up, CJ?
yeah. I do have my main guest like Sam, but she's going to be patiently waiting for like a few minutes. But I want to know like your thoughts real quick.
Well, as a nurse, well, I'll talk to you as a human first
Yeah.
because I understand the distrust between like why people feel the way they feel about the vaccine. I really do because at first I felt that same distrust, but on the other hand, I had to look at it from a different aspect of we as people, most people, I can't say all, but most people have spent their whole lives putting trash into their bodies, from fast food to alcohol to drugs to unprotected sex to doing all kind of stuff to their bodies. So I look at it as this. All vaccines and all medications have started somewhere. And to the answer to the question that, well, what if you still get the vaccine? I mean, what if you get the virus after you get the vaccine? Well, you still get a common cold. There's no cure for the common cold. So, I mean, it all has to start somewhere. Like I said, I don't think that's you wrong if you don't want to take it, but I don't think you wrong if you do want to take it. Me personally, I got the vaccine because I wanted to travel again. That was honestly my sole reason. But being a nurse, I saw a lot of people die. I saw a lot of people like pass away, like right in the room and stuff like that. It didn't really have a negative impact on me. It just really taught me how to cherish life and live life to the fullest because you never know what could happen. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like financial and everything like that, I made the most money I ever made in the pandemic. So I mean, it was what it was. You know, I just try to take the positive out of it. But I understand both sides of the fence. But I think we also have to be practical at the same time in certain situations too.
Okay, this is off topic, but I'm in the clinical nursing program, so I'm gonna need your help with the math. The math is killing me mentally. So if you
Well,
can help me,
come to my channel. We can talk about it.
all right.
What was the? Oh,
All
what was
right,
the
so I'm,
question
I'm,
next?
I'm gonna make my point about this, about this whole COVID-19 thing. Um, I would say for me, how it affected me. Well, I lost my career. You know what I mean? I lost a position in my career because of COVID-19. Because the startup I was in, which was, I mean, things were going great. You know, I was making the most money I ever made. Things were going great. I was happy. They paid for my travel. They paid for my food. Everything was going great. Everything was going great. And then, COVID-19 hit, and I wound up losing my position. I thank God that I'm certified in my position, so I'll be able to find something like that again. But I became depressed because I was like, man, like, I really love where I was at, and now it's gone. And I don't know what I'm going to do. Not that I couldn't get another position because I could have, but I really loved being there. And once it was gone, I would just, it just really took me out. You know, looking back on it, I'm like, man, I should have just kept going. But sometimes, in life you just face different things, and you gotta learn how to maneuver. So that happened, and then because of depression, I dealt with the health issues, my heart failure and stuff, and almost lost my life. But I was able to rebound. Relatable, bro. I got that too. That's relatable. I feel it.
You feel me, man? And
Yeah.
so I got through all that, and you know what I mean. So that's how it affected me. As far as this vaccine thing, I've always felt this way from the beginning, and even going through my life and death experience, I still feel this way now. I don't trust it. You know what I mean? I don't trust it at all. I did a COVID test. I tested negative. I never had it. What I'm saying? I think I might have had it like really super early, just seeing how people reacted. I had a really bad COVID at one point, and I never felt that way before. So I think I might have had it, but I'm not really too sure. But either way, I don't trust it. I wouldn't advise anybody to take it. If you want to take it, it's on you. There need to be research done from it, and the fact that the FDA didn't approve it, the fact that the other countries didn't approve it, and it's just too much negativity behind it that I just can't get on board. You know what I'm saying? And the way it came out so fast, and also I've never seen with any. I've taken mostly every vaccine. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean,
no vaccine do I know of that you have to take it. You know what I mean? And the way the process is just crazy for you to get it. You know, you have to go to a building, to a location, and there's like, armed security there, and there's all types of things going on, all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then you take the vaccine and they make you sit there for 20 minutes. Like I've never heard of no vaccine that you take that they make you sit there for 20 minutes. So you don't wild out. Like I've never heard of this before ever. So, until things get more normal as far as what I'm hearing about it, and there's not as much negativity that's coming from it. Of course I get it. Why not? But until that happens, I'm good. So that's my take.
And yeah, let me say this. Let me say this. First of all, it's all about how deep you're willing to go. How deep does a rabbit hole goes? Are you willing to go that far? Are you willing to travel that far to find out what is in this vaccine? We know what's in the NyQuil. We know what's in all that stuff. But how far are you willing to go? Are you willing to get it good with your doctor? Are you willing to become best friends with your doctor? You got to have game. You know what I'm saying? You got to have game. It's really we in a war right now. How far are you willing to go? I'm not taking. Listen, everybody can tell me, well, you should take it because of this and this and that. I think this and no, I'm not taking it because I don't know what's in it. I need to figure that out. I need to find out what's in it. I'm sure that these doctors know. A lot of these doctors know. I'm trying to get good with my doctor right now. It's been a year and a half. I'm still trying to get in good with her. When I'm being good with her, a lot more further, I will let y'all know what's in that vaccine. Because so far, as far as what I got from my doctor, she said, you know what, it's best to stick with vegetables and fruit. That's what she said. She never said, hey, don't. I asked her, hey, what do you think about me taking the vaccine? She said, it's better to take fruits and vegetables. She never said don't take the vaccine. She never said the vaccine was bad. She never said the vaccine was good. But that's a clue for me. That's a start. So I'm gonna keep pushing that on her until she give me more information. I'm gonna say allegedly. Say allegedly. But we need to figure this out. I'm not taking nothing. Listen, I know how to hustle. I know how to make money. I know how to go out here and make $200 a day. I know I can do that. That's nothing. I don't need to get a job. You have to learn how to work and build your own because one day you may not have a job. One day you got to go out and try to hustle some money. I'm not saying go out and sell drugs. I'm not saying that. And that's not what I'm doing. you know. But you have to come up with some type of solution to go out and hustle and make money on your own. Because one day all these jobs may be shut down. Then what you gonna do? You don't even know how to hustle. You don't even know nobody. You ain't got no clients. How you gonna get money? Okay, so we have to learn to do these things on our own. We can't depend on our jobs. We can't depend on nobody but ourselves. If you got friends that know how to hustle, hey, go ahead and get some good advice from them. But as far as the vaccine, I'm not taking it. I prefer a lot of people not to take it. I'm gonna say allegedly because I don't want M3 to get cut off. But I would say don't take it. I would say don't take it because it's been a lot of problems from people who have taken it. And guess what? When the people have taken the vaccine, they still caught COVID-19. They still caught COVID-19, and they took the vaccine, and they still caught it.
Facts.
That right there should be a clue right there.
No,
And
But go
that's
ahead.
facts, Eddie.
Go ahead.
Facts.
Facts.
That's facts.
I know.
so
A few. Let me tell you something. I know. I've been in the hospital almost every single day, even when I get off work. I know over 20 people right now who took the vaccine and still caught COVID-19. They still caught it.
yeah, like everybody has
If y'all want to,
Well, that's what
if y'all
happens
want
with
facts, listen. If y'all want facts, I can bring them over here on this page, on this platform. And they can talk to you. They can tell you from the hospital. They can talk to you.
it's a debatable.
But
I mean,
vaccines don't
it's
stop
both
you from
debatable.
getting the disease. They stop it from killing you. That's what all vaccines. They don't
It's a
stop you
choice.
from getting a disease.
It's a choice. Like you gotta look at it like this. Like I understand where you're coming from. Like you know what I'm saying. You're saying like facts. I'm a facts and numbers guy. Trust me when I say that. So what I'm saying is that You know what I'm saying? Just like somebody has said that it's cool not to take it, it's also facts saying why you should take it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to look at both sides of the coin. Like I'm, I'm a person that I'm gonna stand somewhere, and if you tell me it's a chance that it can happen, you know what I'm saying? There's a chance that you can prevent it. You always take that chance. You know, I always look at myself as like I'm a protector type of person. So, you know what I'm saying? I line up and I stand in front of everything. Like, is it a chance that I can make it through it? And they're telling you that this vaccine is a chance. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't know what's going on and stuff like that. Like, we ain't got all the answers. Even doctors don't have all the answers when you're talking to you.
It's that's a
Yeah.
lot of doctors who have answers. There's a lot of
Well,
It's
doctors
a
who have answers.
they have no,
They have
that's
answers.
educated guess.
Go ahead,
That's
Aluminum.
educated guess. They don't have answers. I mean, people go to doctors because they think they got the answers, but I've talked to doctors. I've been in the ICU 5 times. Trust me when I say I know doctors. So doctors have told me that people look to us, you know what I'm saying, for all the answers. We trying to figure out just like y'all. We went to school, we learned stuff. I mean, we don't have it all the answer. We don't have it. We can give you suggestions on how to do stuff right. If you eat vegetables, you're gonna be better. If you eat
Based on
fruit,
previous
you're gonna be
diagnoses.
better. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? It's up to you. Like you said, you always talk about research, do your research. It's the same thing. Like I'm not doctor tell me something, I'm not about to believe that. I'm not.
Mm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so I need to find it out for myself. You know what I'm saying? I
Exactly.
mean,
That's yeah. That's what I
that's
said
what
earlier.
it is.
Based on case studies. He's right.
Yeah.
He's right.
You're right.
For the late. Oh, I'm sorry, Luann. You was saying something? My bad.
Yeah. I'm solely with Eddie. I agree with him.
Thank you.
I think that for me, maybe I'm a conspiracist, but I do believe that there is something strange with this vaccine that's going on.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm not, and I think that they're tugging on us, and it's, I, I think they're not to say that the virus is not real, because I have met people that have had the virus, and they described how it felt. They've described like they can't breathe, like it's serious. Like they said they thought they were going to lose their life. So
Mm.
I understand that it's real, but I
Mm.
understand, since we're talking about health, which is completely what they're telling you, the more healthier you are, the
Mm-hmm.
better chances of you surviving it. Now, your
Mm-hmm.
body, and
Yeah,
this is what
Yes.
I
really
believe,
about your
because I'm a
immune
Yes.
believer, Mr. Howard and Mr. CJ, because I believe in God. Okay, I believe that He
system.
equipped our bodies with antibodies that will fight different things. Like I have never been. I'm a child that has been breastfed, and I have never had any type of vaccines. I have never even had the chicken pox. I don't get sick for as I'm as for now. I don't get
Mm-hmm.
sick. So
Mm-hmm.
for me, even me getting a TB test, I got 102 temperature. My body went to 102 temperature. The lady said, "Oh, you got to be kidding me." I said, "Because my body is trying to figure out what the hell you just put into my body."
Yeah,
And I literally, she had to give me water and everything. She was like, "Oh, dang, are you going to be okay?" I said, "Yes, I will be okay." I know for me not to get any shots. Even if I'm in so much pain, I would just take the pain, because pharmaceuticals, they have all these pills, and oh, it can make it work, but it's damaging your body. It's
right.
damaging you.
Mm-hmm.
For this
Yes.
vaccine, people who are getting the vaccine, they're now saying that they are also the people who are getting the new variant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who are contracting the new variant faster.
Yes.
I'm thinking, like, aren't you supposed to be the one that's supposed to be not getting too sick from it? But
Right.
why am I going to put this into my body? And this is for me.
Right.
I am a health, and I'm in the healthcare field. I know that sounds crazy, but I refuse if they can't tell me exactly what it is. And then for African Americans to get it, and it's not really good for us to put that into our bodies,
Mm-hmm.
for from their research. It's not working for us.
Right. Right.
At
Mm.
Yes.
first, they said, when they first came out, they first said that we were immune to it. They didn't understand why African Americans didn't get it. That was the
Mm.
first study. They said they did not know. It was not hitting African
Yep.
Americans first.
Yes. Yes.
In Africa, only 4 cases They didn't have a whole lot of cases. They didn't understand why were African Americans not getting it.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, more African Americans are getting it.
Right. Right.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but if you look
Mm-hmm.
at the data, and if you look at the research, it's clearly there was more people who were getting it that were getting sick who had ailments, who had already had ailments present in the
Right, that already have elements. You are absolutely correct. But if you are healthy and you do not have no underlying conditions, is what they told us in the beginning, then you should be fine. Now,
And
why am I? If
They
I'm
said it. They
fine
said
then, if I'm fine then, as a healthy person, hold on, as a healthy person, if I'm fine then, and I don't have no underlying conditions, then why are you telling me as a healthy person to go get this vaccine that is actually giving you the virus? It's giving it to you.
Because the average
Me
American
personally, I
is not
think they're
healthy at
trying to
all. That's what the
implant.
problem is.
mm,
It's just a
mm.
way, another way for them to implant, to get you so used to getting ready to put
You were watching.
to me a chip in you or something in you. Because
Yes.
if you
Yes.
believe that it's so easy, oh, if you get this virus, you're going to be okay. They can tell you, the vulnerable people, something so another something that can be so serious in their mind. They can out make it out. Just make it out lavish and say, "Oh, it's so the worst thing ever. It's not getting worse. I mean, it's not getting better." Now you have to go get a third dose. They're talking about a third dose of the vaccine. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they're talking about
Hmm.
you getting it a third time
I've
because
never
of this
heard nothing
variant.
like that before either.
People
Yeah.
are the
Okay,
third time.
Tim,
You told
I
me I've
got
already
you.
had to do it once or twice. Now
Hmm.
you telling me I have to go back around and do this again? No, you're trying to
Right.
now
Yeah.
implant something into me. I'm not having it.
You know,
Exactly.
All
And
right.
y'all
I,
and
I'm
y'all can't even
Wait,
tell
hold on,
us what's
guys.
in it. You can't even
Yeah.
tell us what's in it. And plus, let me get to the elderly, the old folks. First of all, if people would dig
Wait.
deeper into these
Yeah.
cases, right, they
Wait,
would know
hold
that
on.
these
DJ.
old folks. Hold on, but they would know these old folks had died from like natural causes, like heart attacks. Some that being that's diabetic. That had diabetes and things like that, and then they switched it and called it COVID
and,
19.
and try to call it
Okay.
COVID
Right. Hold on,
19 and
guys. Hold on.
collect it on the insurance for that. It's a money hunt.
Okay. First lady, Tim,
Exactly.
you can
Thank
go
you.
next. You had your hand up. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Exactly.
Tim.
I
Um,
can do the
okay,
politics in this whole thing,
so
but
I,
I simply believe that,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
Wait, wait,
saying?
wait, 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 wait. Sorry.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Howard. I'm
Okay.
trying to get to Tammy first.
okay, so I understand that people want to talk about the COVID and the virus and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, can we talk about mental health? Like seriously, like mental health is a big thing that we need to talk about. And now we're stuck talking about the virus and COVID. And yeah, there's people that vaccinated, people that not, people that believe you should get it, people that think you don't. And I understand that, and that's a big topic. Um, I think that mental health is a serious thing. Like, can we talk about mental health and why that's not being addressed? Because even like right now, it's not even being addressed. We're just not really talking about
It
that.
has been
So
it has
All
been
right.
I mean,
addressed.
So here you go.
and I
I was
It
understand
has
actually
people
been.
about
want
to
to
go
talk
on.
Larry,
about
uh,
COVID
um,
and how COVID is this
we already addressed
and
it.
the virus is this. You shouldn't get vaccinated for this for A B C D reason. And then there's people that say, oh, you should get it for this. I understand that, but mental health is a really really big issue. And I really feel like it's a really big thing for us to talk. Like we haven't even got to talk about the spiritual health. We haven't talked about emotional health. We haven't talked about mental health. Like
Well,
I really
yeah, I want to say that, right, because like in different variables, right. I know like King, sorry, Mass King did break down like the spiritual aspects
Yeah,
of
that's what I was saying.
yeah, and
He
we talked
already
about a
said it.
little bit about like the emotional health when I was asking Samantha, well, Sam, I was going to call her Sam, like our Sam, like okay, how does like it affect you like emotionally? But no, you're right as far as like we don't talk about, and that's why I have this question up there. Why is mental health not addressed enough? Let me get with Casey because I know she was quiet for a little bit, and she still is quiet because you're muted. I think.
Yeah, so why is mental health not addressed? And I mean, like, M3, just a little word of advice, just kind of like keep it in order, so that we're not really all over the place, so everybody can get an opportunity to Speak.
Everybody do get opportunities
Yeah, hold on, hold on.
to speak.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know, but I'm just saying
And
just
Mass
to.
King already addressed the mental health.
Oh, okay.
Did she get some time to talk, bro?
wait, say again.
Huh?
Did she get some time to talk? You cut her off. I'm
I
trying to.
said everybody gets the time to talk.
That's why I'm giving. That's why I'm giving her like a chance, like to speak.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Right. What's the question?
Oh, that was the best
The
time to
question
use
is that why mental health is not addressed enough.
Okay. Um, hmm. I think that is a systemic issue that is within our community. Again, lack of awareness. We look on mental health as something to be ashamed of. It was just not taught to us from however long that this is a normal part of being a human being. And just like spiritual health, emotional health, physical health, that is where we put most of our emphasis. Our mental health is just as important, if not the most important thing about us. You know, everything has to be in alignment, and our mental health is paramount. When that is off, everything is off. Like, if you're stressed, like, I can speak for myself, if I'm stressed, like, everything about my body is out of whack. Like, I feel different. I feel pain and aches in places that I wouldn't normally feel it before. I lose focus. I lose motivation. Like, everything goes downhill the moment my mental health is compromised. So I think, though, to be honest, in recent times, I have seen where mental health has gotten some traction in our community. The awareness is getting up there, it's growing, it's not where it should be, like in other communities, but it's getting there. And I'm proud to say that we're doing better. And I think Black men are starting to appreciate getting therapy, because for white people, therapy is to go see a shrink or a therapist is just like going to see the GP. And I think we need to get to that place. Just not look at it as something to be ashamed of, but see it as something that is necessary.
Mm.
I think a big part of it is humility. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have humility. If you don't know something, just say you don't know it. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? If you need help, say you
Yeah.
need help. Humility is a big thing. Nobody has it all together. If you had it all
Exactly.
together, then you'll be living, you know, that wealthy life. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't have to worry about money. You wouldn't have to worry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Your lifestyle would be A1. But you know, since we all got to work on something, and it's not even about money, it's about overall health. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? We all have strengths and weaknesses, and that's the one thing that you have to realize, and that's when the humility come in. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? You may be great at one thing, and you may be terrible at something else. For me, I was always great at reading and science and all that other stuff, but math I was terrible in. You know what I mean? Don't ask me anything about math because I ain't gonna be able to help you. You know what I mean? I can do basic math, somewhat, but that's not it. You know what I mean? So you get the algebra, calculus, and all that. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? That's not my strength. Yeah, I talked to somebody else about that. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm three.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm good at math. I don't know. But
No, I'm terrible at it.
okay, cool.
Yeah. Mrs. M3, she has something that she want to say.
So yeah, like let me just finish. It just takes humility. That's all.
Hey,
You know,
Finn.
humility and get
Mhm.
the help you
These
need, and
discussions are
surround
rich. I
yourself with the
really
people.
appreciate the
Oh,
questions.
Surround,
hold on, dear.
surround yourself with the people that can actually help you. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Here you go. Did you?
Sorry, I can't hear you all that well. I can only hear a little bit through the headphones, but the discussions are rich, and I really like the questions that are presented because it helps us to think. Um, one thing that some people that are watching may not understand mental health, it may be abstract to them. So I just wanted to clarify um, the ability to cope with the different events in life, whatever life throws at you. Mental health is deeply affected by your ability to cope with grief, with stress, especially those two. and their life is going to always give you stress, whether it's positive stress, hey, I'm getting married, I have to do this planning, or negative stress, oh my gosh, am I going to keep this job? Um, Being able to cope with the stress, um, and with grief. And grief is a big part. And grief can go from just, the basic depression, like, oh, I lost my dog, or I lost a grandmother, or, I lost a family member, to clinical depression. And not everyone who is suicidal is depressed, but 90% of all suicides that are attempted, or they actually die from their attempts, 90% of them have mental health issues. So it's a big deal. Not everyone is depressed that commits suicide, but 90% of people that commit suicide have mental health issues. So,
Yeah, I actually have a friend that has those issues right
Um,
now.
Okay.
Yeah, he
can I say
I'm not
something?
having a conversation with him in a couple of days, but he basically communicated to me that he wanted to kill himself a couple of times.
Oh, say again, Mr. Howard.
A close friend of mine having a lot of emotional issues going on inside his head, and it's a problem for me because he just like wrecks like my mood when I'm somewhere with him all the time. And I've been trying to be nice about it, but I mean I only can take so much. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out and pin into my head how I was going to have that conversation with him because I don't want to just and then he go blow his brains out when he go home. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I know I have to be very direct and very powerful in my delivery. So I've been pondering over that for a couple of days on how I'm actually going to relay this information to him. You know what I'm saying? I asked Tammy about it too, and I'm thinking maybe what I'm saying I might just this like not involve him in things that I have going on and kind of like place him in those positions. You know what I'm saying as I see fit for his skill set. If y'all understand what I'm saying with that. So I mean, yeah, I'm a life coach,
Yeah.
but you can only do so much, right? So I
Yeah.
mean, I'm like, man, like, I love you, but your negative energy is fucking up my vibe. So, what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
can't have you.
Everyone has a limit to something, you know?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
if it's affecting your mental health,
yeah,
then that's something that you got to have a sit down with that person, and you have to just let that guy know, like, look, I want to help you. I love you, my brother, just like how you saying it, but I can only help you so much. And if that person is still in that frame of mind,
yeah,
you're gonna have to cut them off. I know how it feels because like I have I had like a depressed like associate, or friend or however you call it, and his life was just like all right. He didn't really value himself. We valued him, but if a person don't love himself, he's not going to love others or
right,
value the people who do value him. Even
yeah,
though he has like a lot of mental health and emotional issues and other like personal issues that he's going through,
mm,
but there's so much that you could do. After a while, it's like, okay, you don't love yourself, you can't expect other people to love for you. And
yeah.
that's
As man, I
what
can't
it
keep
is.
on carrying his hand like I've been doing for the last 25 years.
Yeah. Oh,
Saying, not a,
Um,
what
yeah,
you say?
talking
can
to
I say something?
people
Go
that
ahead,
have
Queen.
mental
Um,
health
I
issues.
was gonna say that I think I think this pandemic has exposed a lot individually and just where the state of the world is with the racism and the killing of the black men and everything that's going on. Um, I think, you can't thank you first lady for bringing it back to the mental health, but I think unfortunately we have to understand that we're only individuals, Mr. Howard, and there's only but so much you can do. You can point a person in the right direction, you can provide the resources, but you can't always carry them and you know carry their load. That's not your role. That's not
that's not what you're supposed to do, or because then it becomes a burden to you, and now
That's
you're
exactly
trying to
what it
help
is.
somebody else. It's like you're trying to help someone who's drowning, and they take you and they drown you
Right.
because um so I think with mental health, I think especially for black men, it's very important because I know that with the cops killing us like we're nothing. I've had several uh close calls with young black men in my family who have been pulled over by the cops, and God only knows what would have happened to them if a family member wasn't driving down the street and saw it. So I think also knowing the state of the world, and I think we're seeing also an abundance of young kids in middle school and elementary going home killing themselves and hanging themselves because of being bullied in school and cyberbullied. A lot of people don't have mental health who commit suicide. It's just their only way out, especially if they don't feel like they have an outlet or someone to talk to for support. So, um, it's always hard, I think, for me individually because of the field I'm in and have been in for over
Queen,
10
pause,
years.
pause, 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 pause on that. Pause.
Go ahead.
Master Duck, we get that you trolling. We like the jokes. All right, it's cool, but you're getting a little out of hand with the disrespect, bro. Like, calm it down. You ain't gonna show your face. You're a troll. You ain't gonna show who you are. I will show who I am, and I have no problem doing that. You could hit me direct.
Master
What
Duck.
happened?
Calling
I
you
love
out.
the ladies. I love the ladies' faces when they read what I read.
Hold
I
on, no,
love
no,
the
hold on. Let me
ladies'
let me finish.
faces
Let me
when
finish.
they read what
Let
I
me
read.
finish. We having a
Just
man moment.
block him. Just block him, because at
No,
this
no, no.
point,
Let me speak to him real quick. We having a man moment. You can hit me direct. I'll give you my direct. I have no problem. But chill with the disrespect, bro. That's it.
Wait,
All
I
right.
missed it.
just
That's
block
okay.
him.
Yeah, I missed it too. But
But
let me
this
let me
is
let me
see,
look, look,
see,
look,
this
look,
is
look,
like,
let's
hold
focus on the
on,
next question
Wait,
real
on the
quick.
Monica.
mental health thing, I
This
want to use
is
my brother
Yeah.
as example. So my brother is
I
37
I,
years
I
old.
Oh yeah,
wasn't
me. Oh
can
yeah.
I
He
wasn't
was
What?
finished real
Can
quick.
y'all
Can I
can y'all
just
let her finish?
I'm sorry. I just
Okay,
think
there's too many people. Because
this is
hold on,
exactly
I'll
what
let
you
you get
were
your point.
talking about, Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Howard, about black people coming together, talking
Mm-hmm.
about a serious topic, and you got some jerk idiot on here making jokes and, saying inappropriate things. I can see what he's writing. You know what I mean? Like, everything's not funny. Everything's, it's serious. Our kids are killing themselves because they're being bullied in school. Like, come on. Like, really? Grow up like little boys. You're a little boy playing behind a screen. Grow the hell up.
Period.
Wow.
Yeah, but
That's
just like that, let's not give let's not give him too much
Yeah,
energy. I think
Yeah,
that's
like
let,
I said. You could
before.
hit me
look,
direct, bro. You can hit me direct.
look,
Direct.
look. Look.
Can
Enjoy the
I?
trolls, but
Can I
focus
say?
like on the main issues.
Yeah, and let's
Trolls
not
gonna be
give him too
trolls.
much energy, because that's what he's looking for. Just block him. I don't know. I can't do it on my end, and just let's keep it moving, because
Can I? Can I
Uh,
say something?
corny
Yeah,
man.
get him out of here.
Hold on. So, anyways, go ahead, Luann.
On mental health. This year, my one of my brothers tried to commit suicide. He
Wow.
called me a week before he decided to do it, and then I at first I came harsh, and then I backtracked. I had to remember that this person is in a mental state that they have no idea um, what they want to do. They might be calling me for some type of answer. So I had to actually backtrack and soften my voice. I think that when you come at them a little bit softer, they are understanding what you're saying. They can hear you.
Actually,
Um, I then begin to pray for my brother, just privately. I called my friend Tammy, and and she was calling to check on me, to check on him. And so he eventually, a week later, hung himself.
Wow.
And well, he actually survived, but he did break some bones in his neck. And When he was awake, when he woke up, he couldn't believe he did it. He was like, my mind was just telling me to do it, but I didn't want to do it. And I said, well, this is the time that you need to just check yourself into a mental hospital, bro. You need to figure out what is going on. He was able to accept the way I said it only because he was in a solid mind. So mental health is real. He eventually, he's still dealing with it now daily. He has to go to therapy and try to get it back. To try to get his vocals back because he can't hardly talk that well. But I think that he learned. But sometimes, like someone said, when they get to suicide, when they already doing it, it's already too late. We need to try to get to them before they're at that point
Yeah.
and not be so hard, Mr. Larry, when you do talk to the person.
I
Sometimes
actually
it
think
takes us
about it though.
patience. You
I,
might be somebody that he needs to talk to.
Listen to,
okay,
Mm-hmm.
20, I
Mm-hmm.
have
listen to
25 years worth of
I agree.
patience. I
Yeah.
mean, I've been actually talking to him. Like I'm the
Mm-hmm.
only person out of the group that everybody seems to come around me and talk to, and I
Mm-hmm.
sit there and say shoot reasons at them and try to give them options. But
Right.
at what point do you be like, you know what? I said it before. I said, man, maybe you need to go talk to somebody with a
yes,
license.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I mean, this dude, like, I'm gonna give y'all an example so y'all understand where I'm coming from. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people in my circle, right? I'm gonna use A and B, so I won't disclose names on here, right? If A, you know what I'm saying, is had a baby on his wife, then B is, you know what I'm saying, cheating, you know what I'm saying, on his wife, right? So A and B is both doing the same thing, but A, the one that has the mental issues,
Hmm.
he had a baby on his wife, but he's telling B that this situation is wrong, and when he go ahead and get married, he goes to sit in the background and laugh, like that kind of vibe, right? So I'm sitting on the other couch over there listening to hearing these words coming out of his mouth, and I'm like, the nerve of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I know you got shit going on at home, and we everybody feels sorry for you so they can get away with it. But to what point do you be like, enough is enough? You know what I'm saying? You use that as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you let all your bad energy out around the whole circle, right? Everybody having a good time. So now you give it, but guess what? Everybody in the circle is fucked up because we had to suppress what we really want to say to you to make you feel better. We making plans around, all right, we gotta make sure plans feel this way before we go here. How enjoyable is that gonna be for everybody else? That's not our burden to bear. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Correct.
that's
Then
biblical
certain things you
thinking,
just don't
if
bring
you
them
will.
to.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm
Even
saying?
a
So,
therapist needs somebody to talk to, you
Right.
know,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's okay. Sometimes people don't really need a bunch of fixing. They just need
Right.
somebody that will listen to them. A lot of the time, every individual has the solution. They have their own solutions, but they have to talk it out, get it out of their head, hear it out loud,
Right.
and then go forward to make the action. Like
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
when we were talking with you in person, Mr. Howard, you were saying you're a man of action, right?
yeah.
So when you come into a conversation with someone who's not an action person, maybe they're a feeler, they have to go through their emotions. It takes you like being present to let them speak their truth and then
Right.
help them by allowing them to get to the place where they're now ready to take action. People that are feely, logical, and action, when they all get together, the three of them have to understand what it takes to finally take action. The action person is ready to be hands on, let's go.
Definitely.
Sometimes there's you have a meeting of the minds and there's four different hearts in that conversation, and sometimes there's not a solution. Sometimes you're sitting there with those four types of person, those four types of hearts, and there's not a solution. At the end of that conversation, it's just more to talk about, and the action person is like, dang, like, can we just do something already? Can we make some
That's me.
plans?
That's me. I'm like, great.
Yes,
Hmm.
Yeah.
yes, me too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's not at your own
Shout outs
time
to
and ambition
Gator
for
Girl.
Gator
me.
girl, what's up, Gator girl?
Yeah, the
What's up,
girl. What's
speech,
going
speech,
on?
knowledge, and relationships
Yeah.
and the panelists. Ooh, we got lit tonight. Definitely got to catch the replay. Yes, definitely for sure. Health is wealth, and the best availability is no. So the best ability is availability. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
And we got to normalize therapy, active listening, stronger communication, and the fact that everybody needs some help sometime. That part
Right.
I definitely do agree.
Hmm.
All right,
Uh,
all right, guys. Right, I'm gonna have to speed this up real quick, right? Because like we're already passing the 2 hour mark, right? So I gotta get to these last like few questions.
Yes, sir.
Uh, yeah. So not everybody's gonna be able to like answer this. So I'm just gonna let y'all know. But it's like, why are some people oblivious to the fact that their emotional health is something that needs to be addressed?
Culture.
I feel like some people are oblivious to it because some people do different things for outlets. Like I had an ex boyfriend once that it was just so hard for him to communicate. But when he got like drunk or when he smoked, he just like could not stop talking. And I'm like, is this the same person? Like some people outlet is different from others. Like me, like I can be sober, I can talk all day, I can express myself. Some people are just not good at expressing themselves. Some people are also in denial of their emotions and what they're feeling. Like everyone's always like, "Oh, how you doing? I'm good." Because a lot of people don't like to get in depth with the deep issue, the rooted, like that's what's the problem. Some people can't express what is the problem. Like if you really ask somebody what's wrong, 9 times out of 10 they'll just say, "Oh, I'm good." When they really want to talk about it, but they really just a lot of people just really don't know how to express themselves, and some people
Mm,
just feel like nothing's wrong. Like they create illusions in their mind, like they're fine.
yeah,
That's true.
no, I definitely agree. Um, any thoughts, anyone?
I think that a lot. I think sometimes that people don't. People are oblivious because they find coping mechanisms that they think are working, and in reality, they're not. And
Hmm.
so they don't see how their emotional health is affecting other people. And
Yeah.
so sometimes the people around them don't say anything. They may say it like, "Oh, that's just how he is. That's how she is," and they don't see it as a problem. So I think sometimes it's up to the people that are around them to, talk to them and let them know, something's not right. You may need to go talk to somebody. But even like, when things happen in your family, sometimes I don't know if you guys have heard like, oh, just keep it in the family. We don't need to talk about that. This we don't talk about it with anybody who's outside the house. And so you
Mm,
kind of just suppress it and not really talk about it. You don't go to anybody to help get through it. You just kind of just put it in the back of your mind and don't even worry about it and don't understand that putting it in the back of your mind is gonna come out in the way you interact with other people. So I feel like people are oblivious because in their mind, like there's nothing wrong. Like how she was saying, like, oh, how you do it? Oh, I'm fine because they may have it where this isn't. I'm not gonna worry about this because this is something small. So I got bigger things to do. I got too much to do today. I got to do this, this, and this. So you don't want to focus on that because that's something negative. You want to try to keep yourself in a positive state, which is great, but you're going to have to deal with it. And some people are oblivious to it in their mind, like, well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I got all these other things going on. So instead of you dealing with that, you
mm.
want to just focus on this.
Right.
In
I
some
think
ways,
also
suppressing can really stunt your
Okay.
emotional growth.
Mhm.
In some ways,
Mm,
when we suppress our emotions, it stunts our emotional growth,
Mhm.
right? Because we never really learn how, if we're a child that always gets yelled at, but we're not allowed to respond back to our
Mhm.
parents, we never learn how to conflict healthy, you
Yeah.
know? If we're a
mm.
person, that's used to being hit or a fight breaks out as soon as the argument's over, you don't really learn that, it's healthy to disagree sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
I think what it is that a lot of times it can be, I don't really know the phrase for it, but um where you live in that lie for so long that it becomes reality for you. And so your fantasy has now become reality, and that's where you live. So it's kind of like someone who has a rancid smell. They smell funky, they stink, but to them, you smell it, but to them, they've smelt that way so long that they don't smell it no more. They don't even realize
Mm.
that they stink. They don't even realize that they got an odor because it's become so normal to them. And it's hard to bring someone out of that fantasy. It takes a very patient, a very um not really optimistic, to get someone to see that they have believed their own hype for so long that it's really a lie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I deal with these people. It's called, and sometimes what helps them is motivation interviewing. Like I'm not going to tell you what you need to do. I'm going to talk to you and get you to tell me what you need to do. Because 9 times out of 10, when it becomes your words, you do it. When it stays my words, you don't do it because it's me telling you what to do. So I think a lot of times that's what happens when people are so oblivious to what's really going on with them, is that they've normalized their chaos to cope, that their chaos has become life and normal. And
Yeah.
that's where and a lot of times they stay stuck is because that's where they're comfortable at. They're not comfortable getting out of that zone because they've been there so long. And it's really hard, as me, even as a mental health worker, to get someone to get out of that zone. And like you were saying, Mr. Howard, when I was in college, I had a roommate who was severely depressed, where I've never experienced anything like it before. She used to cut her wrist and write words in her arm and stick needles. We would have to hide knives and
Wow.
watch her. And, it was crazy. But
Mm.
it really taught me a lot about patience, about not judging someone, because on the outside she had a great job, she drove a nice car, she came from a very affluent family, and I was like, what the hell is your problem?
Mm.
But mentally she was just not there. And when I got to hang out with her more with her family, I was able to dive deep into what was it was some serious mental health that nobody addressed. Nobody got diagnosed. Nobody, ever went to the doctor. They just, it became normal to them. Oh, that's how she's always behaved. She'll get over it. And I'm like, I live with her. I don't know how I feel about not knowing if the girl sleeping in the room next to me is dead or alive.
Mm.
That's not normal for me. And so it became where I became her super vigilant advocate. I mean, I helped her out as much as I could, and she did well. And, we graduated, she got help, she got married, she got kids, and hopefully she's doing better. But it was a lot to handle,
Yeah.
and I had to step back a lot and go, that's not my battle. I can provide. And I would just say, so what do you want to do? I'm not going to tell you, you going to the therapist, you going here, you're not doing that. I said, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to kill myself. I said, okay. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you. You want me to call your mom? And she would look at me like, what'd you just say? I'll call your mom and tell her to get the funeral arrangements ready.
Right.
And so sometimes the shock would snap her out of it. I'm not saying that works for everybody,
Right.
but
Right.
you know, I got to know her long enough to know that that would help her. And so it became where I had to give her hard love versus the coddling and
And
but
that's what I've been doing for the last 20 some
yeah,
years.
and it's hard.
Covering
It's
it.
hard to
Yeah.
transition. It really is. And I commend you for even being that long and
Yeah.
having a heart to care, because it's hard. It's
I got
it's
a big
easy
heart.
not to
That's
care.
my problem. You know what I'm
It's
saying? I mean,
it's
like on the outside, I look like, Suge Knight, right? I go to the room, this type of thing, right? But you know what I'm saying? Inside of me, you know what I'm saying? I generally want to help people. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So I sit down and have a conversation with you, and you know what I'm saying? In my head, I'll be like, you full of shit, but I listen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And because I got the answer already. You know what I'm saying? In my head, I'm like, you need help. But you talking to me, You trying to communicate with me. You trying to critique me on the way that I'm doing my life coaching. And excuse my French, but Negro, you need help. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking in my head. So I'm like, I have to say something to him because it's been on my heart and I've been praying about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so God, like, you need to tell this dude something. So I don't want to do it out of anger. I'm gonna do it out of love, but it's going to be direct. Like after today, you need to change your ways. That
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Um,
But before I say anything, I want to just shout out to Casey. I know she had to go, but I just wanted to thank her for like joining like the live stream, and then also like I found a way because Streamyard would not allow me to you know time out Master Duck, so I had to actually go to Twitch itself. So the thing is, it's one thing, right, to try to be funny if you're trying to support or have like a good humor or whatever. But once you get to a borderline where it's like disrespectful and we're giving that warning, I wanted to just put you on timeout. Next time, I'm going to have to block you. All
um,
right. So
all right,
I'm just
Emily.
making it clear. Go ahead.
M3, this one I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
It starts from the beginning of birth, right? When women have been giving birth to a baby, the doctors will tell you right then and there if what problems this baby has, and the parents will blow over it. They be like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. And they'll just let the kid grow up with this mental problem, and a lot of them was born with it. But those that wasn't really born with it, a lot of times, man, they cut their wrists and they chose to do that. The majority of them chose to do that because a lot of times, especially guys, a lot of these guys is commit suicide behind a woman because they can't be with a woman.
That is not true.
That's not
Yeah, I said
true.
a
That
lot
is
of them,
not
a
true,
lot of
and
them.
you are
I said a lot of
uncorrect.
them, a lot of them,
That
a
is
lot of
not
them. Let
true.
me
All
say
right.
it,
So
majority,
okay,
majority.
my
I
brother.
was just say majority,
Okay, so
Sorry,
my brother
I'm,
was
Say
born
I'm gonna
with
say
I
majority.
my
And
Because
you are not born with a
listen,
mental
I
listen,
health
listen,
think
issue.
I
listen. I
You
had
are
a
think
lot
not
of
born
friends.
with a
Listen,
mental health
hold on,
issue.
hold on. Hey, Larry, hey, she interrupted me. She interrupted me.
you did. You
it's
got to
not
do it
true
right
though.
the way. Got
So
All right. Let
Yeah,
him
Larry,
talk.
Yeah,
she
y'all don't
interrupted me.
talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him
Yeah.
talk.
I said the majority. I didn't. I'm gonna put that after the majority. Okay. A lot of my guy friends, man. It's been times where I had to take the gun from end up getting shot in my foot. For them trying to kill each other. It's been something I had to save from jumping off a roof behind a woman. Majority. I'm just saying majority. I can't say everybody got mental problems. Everybody really don't have mental problems. A lot of times people just chose to do stuff like that because they mad and they upset and they sad and they hurt and they broken because they can't get what they want.
Yeah.
But that's all I just wanted to say on that part. But go ahead.
Can I say something, M3, real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I say this a lot, and I'm gonna say it again. So I think when people make choices to cut this or whatever it is, like a lot of things stem from unresolved trauma that
Yeah.
you've had in the past. So even when we talk about, that he wanted to get this from whatever woman it was, there's something that's happened in his life to make him think that that was the right thing to do as far as getting what he wants from that woman. So the
Mm-hmm.
thing about it, when you don't deal with the traumas that you've gone through, is going to dictate your life. It's going to dictate what you do, how you interact with people, even the people you choose to associate yourself with. And so what happens is when you have so much that you haven't dealt with, it can cause you to have these mental health issues where you can't function. You just cannot function. And you act out in these ways because in your mind, that might be the way to fix it, when in reality, that's not the way to fix it. So, I mean, when somebody chooses to cut themselves, yeah, you chose to cut yourself, but there was something that has impacted you that caused you to make that choice. So there's something that you've dealt with in your life that has happened to you that you have not dealt with, you have not resolved it, you have not addressed it, you have not acknowledged it, because maybe you don't even know it's something that needs to be acknowledged in the first place. Because, like I said, a lot of times, they say, "Oh, we don't talk about that outside. We don't talk about that with other people. That stays in house. You don't talk about with somebody that don't live in the house." Like even couples that are married, like what happens in your house stays in your house. You're not supposed to talk to outside people about what goes on in your house, which is nice. But the thing about it is, like when you just choose not to talk about it with anybody who's inside your house, that might be part of the problem is that those people inside your house don't want to talk about it. They don't want to deal with it. So you have to deal with it on your own because nobody's going to talk about it. Nobody wants to deal with it. So you have to figure out a way on your own to deal with it. And maybe cutting yourself is the way you deal with it. I think a lot of things stem from trauma because people don't address it. People don't deal with it. They don't acknowledge it. In their mind, they don't see it as something that is considered trauma. They don't see it as that. They may say, "Well, that's just how I was raised. That's just how it is. That's just that's what happened in my family. That's how my." Even though it happened in your family, even though that's something that happened as the way your parent parented you, whatever, that doesn't make it okay. And it can still be trauma because it didn't
Yeah.
make it okay what happened. So then that's the thing is that people don't call it trauma. They call it like that's normal for them. When in reality, that thing that's normal, that is trauma. That's exactly what it is, but that's not what they call it. So that's what you have where things that happen in your family, like they have like for instance, my dad apparently has alcoholism is a thing for my dad apparently. But my mother is very much about Tammy don't drink no alcohol. But people that know me know Tammy. I go out, I have my drink, and enjoy myself. I have a good time, but that doesn't mean I get drunk because I made a choice to not allow what's happened in my family to impact me in that way. I made that choice. Some people don't know how to make those choices.
Right.
Some people don't know how to address those things. So they find different things that they think are going to work. And the reality is they don't work. Cutting your wrist, that's not going to solve it. Because when you're
Yeah.
done cutting your wrist, you either going to be dead or you going to cut your wrist, you're going to be bleeding, and the problem is still going to be there.
Right.
Right.
Let me
Well,
say
a
this.
lot
But
of
they know
times,
that though.
Let me
They know
say
that
this.
if they cut
Let
their
me
wrist, that
no,
let me say
no,
this.
they
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 don't.
don't.
Yeah.
No,
That's
they
the thing is that
don't.
Hold on,
that's
hold on,
Not
hold on.
all
Oh,
they
cuttings
oh,
are
oh,
the
suicidal,
way
though.
that
That's
they're
the
yes,
thing.
they
choosing
do.
Not all
to
Okay.
deal
cuttings
with
are
it. No, they
suicidal.
wait,
don't.
hold on. She's still talking. Hold on.
That's for you to say, oh, they know it's still gonna be there. You don't know that. You don't know that because you don't cut your wrist. So for you, you can say, oh yeah, they still know it's gonna be there. You don't know that because in that person's
I didn't
mind,
say that.
maybe for them, maybe for that specific person, they say, if I cut my wrist, it's gonna help the pain go away. Because now my pain is directed to where I cut my wrist. So the pain is gonna be in when I'm cutting my wrist. So for that moment, what they're doing, that's making it all go away. And for them, they think that's gonna make it better. So that's the thing.
Everybody. Okay. Good. Sorry. Sorry.
I don't have those mental issues. Thank
Yeah.
God. I knock on wood. Thank God I don't deal with those mental issues because I don't know how I would. But people that have those things, they cut their wrists. They do all kinds of different things. That is how they deal with those things. And to say, oh well, they know the problem's going to be there. That's like you're getting inside their head and you know what they're thinking. And I mean personally, I would never presume to know what somebody who has mental issues is thinking in their head. I don't know if they say, oh yeah, this problem's still gonna be there, but you know what? I'm gonna cut my wrist anyway. Like I can't see that being the mentality that, you know what I'm dealing with, that's still gonna be there. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and just cut my wrist anyway. Like
Well, we
Cutting the
here
wrist
They
at
know,
is a
but they
Yeah.
know
relief.
it's going to bring
Hold on.
physical
Cutting the
damage
Hold
when
on,
you
hold
wrist,
on,
when
hold
you
on,
cut
hold
your
on, hold
wrist.
on,
cutting
hold on,
the wrist
Uh,
is a
hold on,
release
hold on.
of
Hold
energy.
on, Queen, hold
That's
on.
go
Queen,
ahead.
Queen, hold on.
Hold on.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay,
We'll
DJ
get
Eddie,
Mass King first, then we'll
no,
get
no, no,
DJ Eddie,
no,
then
DJ Eddie,
we'll get
go
Queen.
ahead, you go first because you got to say something, from what
No,
Tammy
I
said,
was
then I'll
just
go.
yeah. I was just saying that cutting your wrist, they know that's going to bring a lot of damage. You could die from cutting your wrist. So then they know what it is. That's why they cut their wrist. They know what it is. If they trying to kill themselves, a lot of people cut their wrist and try to kill themselves. They know what the damage could do. So how's that a mental problem? No, that's actually being smart if you really want to take yourself out of this world.
What? No.
That
can I
because if they really got a mental problem, stab yourself in the eye. Why don't you do that?
No,
Come on.
what?
Come on, Eddie. Now, come
No,
on.
Yeah.
Once you
absolutely not.
why everybody got to cut their wrist?
Most people cut their wrist because that's what you see on movies. Like that's what
No,
that's
that's
No,
what's
that's
that's
in
advertised.
not
real
true.
life.
That's
Yeah,
not
Sorry.
but
true.
a lot of that stuff is on
That's
like
not true.
TV, like like
We
That's
oh
used
not
to
she's
use
true.
real
depressed,
life
she
cutters
doesn't
at
have
our high
to
school.
go in the tub and do stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's not be having mental health issues and cutting your wrist is not a form of that's not the reason why people do it. That's not the answer. Like cutting your wrist. No, a lot of people just do that because of what they see. My brother had mental health issues, and he doesn't cut his wrist. He never abused himself, never. And he wasn't born like that. Someone laced his weed. He was born
Most
Yeah.
Right.
completely
people,
blind,
most
and he
people
Right.
that
wasn't
He
cut
born
their
right.
Wait,
He
wait,
wrist,
hold on.
doesn't. Right.
Wait.
He doesn't
Yeah.
cut it. He did. You say he
Yeah.
doesn't cut his wrist, right?
no,
Right.
Yeah.
he
Wait, wait,
never
wait,
did
wait,
Right.
wait.
Right.
that.
Exactly. So he.
Queen, did you
Yeah.
have
He.
something you want to say real
yeah,
quick?
I was saying
Okay.
most people who cut their wrist and apply self-afflicting harm, they're doing as a way of release.
Hmm.
It's not that they're cutting their wrist to die. They're cutting their wrist as a way of applying some type of pressure to distract them for the other stuff that they're dealing with. It's called releasing
That's what they say.
pent up stuff. And most people have a psychotic break by the age of 20 something years old from trauma that they didn't deal with it. And mm, um, people don't, a lot of times, people don't want to hurt themselves. You know, they may be dealing with a drug induced psychosis because they can't handle the drugs that they use. They start hearing voices. And these voices sometimes are command voices where they tell them things to do. They beat them down. They are negative. They tell them, oh, go jump over the bridge. I deal with these people every day. And I have learned a lot because I used to think, oh, it's fine, it's fine. I had one, I know of one person, he tried to jump off the roof. He wasn't trying to kill himself. He was trying to release whatever he couldn't get rid of or running from the voices or the voices told him to do it. One girl punched her arm through the window. The window fell and it could have cut her whole wrist, her whole arm off. And I asked her what was going on. She said the voices were so loud, I was trying to punch them to shut them up. So she punched the window. You know what I mean? It's
Mm.
different things for different folks. And if you're not, it's easy to say, oh, that's this is just what it is. It's not that black and white. It really isn't. And mental health is so even we know so little about it. We know so little. We are so ignorant when it comes to the really what's going on with someone mentally. We're so ignorant. And unfortunately, a lot of these medications, they don't work. They don't work. And then you got people doing all kind of drugs which don't help. You know what I mean? I knew some people get from smoking marijuana. You may laugh at it, but they can get psychosis from marijuana because they can't handle it. You know what I mean? I've watched it. I've seen somebody switch from night and day. And it's a very hard field to be in because you're helpless. You really are helpless. Only thing you can do is be there and try to support them, try to encourage them. But if they don't find the right medication that works for them, they're still doing drugs and drinking. It You don't know what you're going to get. I've seen
Mm.
some of my clients who stop drinking, they're fine. They talk, they still have their issues, but they're able to function. Once they throw other stuff involved, it becomes a whole different person. But most people don't cut their wrists because they want to kill themselves. No one thinks, oh, I'm going to cut my wrist, I'm going to kill myself. They're thinking, how can I release this tension? How can I release this? How can I get away from this? How can I, you know, and unfortunately, like I said, we're so ignorant from it. We still have so much to learn, that we just label it. Oh, he's this, he's that. I mean, my roommate used to write words in her arm with a knife. That's crazy to me.
That
And
is crazy.
when I saw her and when she was in that moment doing it, she was a different person mentally. Like I didn't even know what to do. I was just there. After she would finish, she would kind of walk in a daze, and I'd be like, "You want to go take a walk?" And she wouldn't say nothing. She'd just go outside. We just go for a walk, go get some air, and then she would come back and say, "You know, I don't know what happened. I was feeling this. I was feeling that. I didn't know what to do. I felt so stressed. I just needed to release it." And I said, "Okay, well, let's come up with some different ways for you to release it, because I'm afraid that one day you're gonna cut too deep, and I'm gonna find you in a room in a pool of blood. I don't want to do that, you know. So let's find some other things we can do."
Queen, I have
And
a question
Mass
to
King.
ask you about that situation because, like, knowing that you had a roommate that was doing these things, right? How did that make you feel? Did you feel like scared, terrified, or?
um, I felt overwhelmed. I
Mm-hmm.
felt helpless. Um, I felt like I owed it to her family to protect her.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I would talk to my mom a lot about it. And because my mom, when she was alive, she was worked in the hospital for over 40 years. So she would tell me, hey, well, maybe look for this kind of sign, or do this or do that. And, one thing we had, it was like three of us that lived together. So my other roommate was very supportive too. So we would kind of tag team.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I just felt helpless. I felt like um, it got to a point so bad where when she would be okay, when she got released from the hospital, we would be like laying on a couch, and I would position myself to have my feet like wrapped around her. So if she moved, I would wake up. And I would immediately jump up and go, "Where are you going?" She was like, "I'm just going to get some water." Okay. We're going to the doctor in a few hours. Okay. So I don't know. I felt overwhelmed, but I think I had a lot of support. I was on the phone, like I said, with my mom a lot about it. And I felt like, wow, this young, beautiful girl who everyone looked at like, oh, she got everything in the world, but because no one took the time to deal with her emotions and her trauma that she's been through, this is the result of it, you know. And so, yeah, I just felt sad.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Mass King, I'm gonna get to you. Yeah, if you could make it quick, because I'm gonna have to get to like the last question. So whatever you say, I'm gonna go to the next one afterwards.
yeah. Let me say this piece. So, you know, it's a lot of times when people are dealing with mental health issues. A lot of times it's hereditary, and a lot of times it's a chemical imbalance. So sometimes it's things that are out of their control, and I could say that firsthand because one of my parents has it. Of course, like Sam said, her brother, my cousin, he got it. You know what I mean? And me and him are neck and neck. I'm 37, he's 36, so we grew up together. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely seen how things changed for him firsthand. You know what I mean? Another one of my cousins has it. You know what I'm saying? On my mom's side, so I've experienced it firsthand. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times when people are going through these issues, a lot of traumatization has happened to them. You know what I mean? Or somebody has done something to them that's making them act in this behavior. Sometimes it's just out of their control. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And a lot of times you have to just, like Queen was saying, you got to literally try to basically babysit this person because they're a danger to themselves and to you and to a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? And of course, a lot of these cases are treatable. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them, can be diagnosed. But a lot of times, there's really sometimes no cure for what's going on with this person. They got to be monitored. Some of them have to be in a facility. One of my parents has to be in a facility, and they have to be washed, and they have to basically, have injections, once a month, and they have to have a visit once a month from a psychiatrist. Because if not, if they just try to live in a house with like normal people, oh, it ain't gonna work. It ain't
Mm-hmm.
gonna work because their symptoms are too aggressive. You know what I'm saying? And they will not follow protocol. So they have to be monitored, by the state. in order to do what they have to do. And sometimes that has to happen, because there's different degrees of depression, there's different degrees of mental health and emotional health issues. There's different degrees of it. So some of it is like when you get like a first degree burn compared to a third degree burn. Some burns are deeper than others. You know what I'm saying? So, some mental health conditions, emotional health conditions are deeper than others. So some, yeah, they could just, go to a therapist and they cool. They come back home, they good. But some of them, they go to a therapist, but you got to watch them because they may hurt somebody or they may try to jump off a bridge or, you know what I mean? They may try to hurt themselves, and their case is a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
more severe. So, and then you have to deal with the severe. You have to deal with it based on the severity of the symptoms and their issues. And when you do that, then you're able to help them, and you're able to help them be in a positive environment. The worst thing you can do with them is come at them in a negative way or lose patience. That's the worst thing. You got to realize that these people, they're not dealing with something that's normal. It's not they get a cut or they get a bruise or it's just something that you can quickly diagnose. No, it's a process. I've dealt with one of my parents for over 20 years with their issues. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just quick, fast, and in a hurry. You gotta be patient. You gotta understand this person needs help, and you gotta understand the severity of their condition. You know what I mean? And the
Okay.
other worst thing you could do is put them down. Don't put them down. You know what I'm saying? Don't disrespect them. Don't start calling them names. Don't start calling them retarded or slow or any of those things because that's gonna halt them getting help and halt them being healthy. And that's just gonna make the process a lot more longer and a lot more stressful. So make sure that
Mm,
they have the diagnose the problem. Make sure they get the help that they need. You know what I'm saying? And then make sure that they have positive reinforcements in order to keep them healthy, in order to allow them to be the best that they can be. And that's it.
all right. Well, thank you, Max King. All right. So the final question. I'm gonna select the first three real quick. Mr. Howard, do you mind if I could ask you to answer like this last question
Yeah,
first?
go ahead. It's good.
Okay. So the last question is why is good emotional health not normalized? And then who's just let me know like who's willing to like answer the question after Mr. Howard so I can know.
Got a
I'm going
question?
last. I'm going last as usual. Let everybody else ride. I'm going last.
Okay, okay.
We said why is emotional health what?
Why is good emotional health not normalized?
Because it's the answer to the whole equation. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like people make money off chaos. If everything just stood still, then you know what I'm saying? I mean, nobody's important anymore. You know what I'm saying? Everybody actually have to step up to the plate and really explain to people who they is in order to have the choice of if a person likes you or not, or to be able to control the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody want to be the boss. Everybody want to be, what I'm saying, the guy that walks into the room and everybody looks at, but nobody want to put in the work. So, I always go back to mindset and you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not even gonna elaborate on this no more. Mindset. That's it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Samantha, what are your thoughts?
Um, I feel like it's not emotional health, good health is not normalized because even started from a kid, like some 2 year olds are, oh, you're bad, oh, you don't listen. So if you keep hearing that and that keeps replaying in your mind, like that messes with your emotional state. Like some parents, like they don't have patience, the mental capacity or the patience to even deal with a toddler. So if your mom yelled at you all her life growing up, like your emotional state is gonna be a little off. Like the way you express yourself, like your thought process, like you're not gonna really understand and know how to communicate with people. You're gonna think every like yelling is normal. You're gonna think screaming is normal. You're gonna think because she didn't have patience with you, or she might have like gave you a beating for something you didn't do. You're gonna think that that's normal. I feel like it's already embedded in majority of people the way they were raised. Like the negative aspect on just being emotional is like is not good. Like a lot of times you can't talk to your parents and express
Hmm.
how you feel. So when if all fails with the person that it stems from first, where do you go at when you get older? You're definitely not gonna want to talk to anybody. Like where do you go? Even for counseling, most people feel like going to counseling and talking to somebody It's like, it's embarrassing, or it's like, oh, that's not normal. But who created these terms where these things are not normal? It is normal. It's okay to express yourself. It's okay to be emotional. It's okay to like talk things through. It's okay. Like a lot of people just feel like when it's time to express themselves, it's not normal,
Mm,
and that's how a lot of people were raised. So if you can't talk to your parents, it's like, who do you talk to?
I hear you. Mm. First Lady Tammy, what are your thoughts? And thank you for sharing, you guys.
Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
And thank you for coming up with a question too.
Oh, oh, thanks. Okay, so I'm sorry. I was like, yeah, writing a poem. Sorry. I was like
Me
writing a poem
too.
as we were talking,
Hmm.
and so yeah, so what was the question? I'm sorry.
All right. Well, the question is like, why is good emotional health not normalized?
It's not normalized because some people don't know exactly what good emotional health is,
Hmm.
and like we've talked about before, is that
Hmm.
when this is something that when you are used to doing something, when it becomes a habit, you don't see it as not good. You see it as that's the way it is. So you don't know it's something that needs to be addressed. So when you don't know something needs to be addressed, you don't address it. And then the problem comes also when people around you, like I said before, people around you will say, oh, well, that's just how he is. That's just how she is. When you know that whatever they're doing is not right, you know it's not all right. But instead of you addressing it with them, you say, oh, well, that's just how that person is, and that's like if they
Hmm.
come around like, oh, you know how so and so is, they do this and they do that. But those things that you're saying, the fact that you even have to say it that way, that is letting you know that that's not healthy. So I think that it's not normalized because some people don't know what good emotional health looks like. We're all dealing with our own things, and that's another thing is
Hmm.
that some people don't want to deal with what other people are going through, and they don't see what they're doing as negative. They don't see it as bad because it's so common. This is something that they just do. So the thing is, the bad emotional health is normalized. So the reason why good emotional health is not normalized because the bad emotional health is normalized so much that people don't see what
Mm.
the bad emotional is.
Bad emotional health. Okay.
We just have to hear the truth. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know, like sometimes it's hard to have the hard conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like the poster boy for having a hard conversation with you because I just don't care. I mean, it's like I'm willing to stand up there and be honest about anything that you throw my way, and and I don't feel bad about it. I'm like, we gonna be some facts. I'm gonna let you state everything you gotta say. Then I'm gonna
Hmm.
let you know what I gotta say. We don't have to agree. We don't. Well, we can agree or disagree. It really doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying. I mean, I gotta look out
Mm.
for myself and my feelings. So if you in my area and you know what I'm saying, you're not making my area easy because I like a calm environment. I like to smile and have fun. That's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
positive energy is my thing. I like to be around it. But the
Mm.
minute you take that away from me, I definitely have a problem with you.
Mm. Yeah. Nah, I think that's real. Like you don't want nobody to like pretty much like kill your vibe and
Exactly.
your mood. I mean, yeah, like I said, we all want to help people,
Right.
Right.
but in the process of it, like we don't want to like end up like like how they're feeling. And if we get caught up into being dragged down to like in their level, then it's just only going to just like hold both of us back, and we
Yeah, I've
both
been through
won't be
too much in my
beneficial.
life. You know what I'm saying? I've been through too
Yeah.
much. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going through shit right now. Like I shouldn't even have an issue with my best friend causing conflict in my life right now when I'm dealing with stuff with my mom. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Y'all know the story, but it's like that's like real deep shit. I mean, my mom is laying in the hospital bed trying to recover, and I got to
Hmm.
deal with your negativity. I'm like, man, that's where I was like, you know what? Enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? Like you will not be a problem in my life no more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta do, man. And like likewise, like we like I said, we always like appreciate your positivity, man. Even the stuff that you're going through right now.
Hmm.
So the fact that you're here and you're giving your advice and your input, man, it always going to mean a lot to us. So thank you, Mr. Howard.
No,
Um,
I'm glad to be a part of this. It's actually like really good. It's a release.
yeah. Um, man, we're almost at the 3 hour mark, but um, Mass King. Before I even get to like Mass King, anybody else want to say something real quick?
I was gonna say, the reason why we don't, normalize it is, we have to. A lot of times, people don't want to function outside of their chaos, and so sometimes the the chaotic life or fantasy world that they live in, that's all they know. And I've had people I've seen or
Mm-hmm.
interacted with say, I don't know how to be sober because I don't know. I don't know what she's like, or I don't, I'm not comfortable with that person because I'm always this way. So I think a lot of times because you've been this way so long or whatever, you can get caught up in, I'm afraid of functioning normal, if that makes sense. But to
Yeah.
them, because they've been in that way for so long, they don't know how to get out of it and they're afraid of it. You know, that's just like someone who gets drunk and is more comfortable telling you how they feel
Mm-hmm.
because that's where they feel comfortable at expressing their feelings. They don't feel comfortable expressing their feelings outside of that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you for
I
sharing.
just think it's an ongoing issue, and unfortunately, we got a long way to go.
Yeah. I definitely thank you for sharing that. DJ Eddie King, I think he was going to say something, right?
Okay, yeah. This is what I wanted to say, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what I was saying earlier, there's a difference between somebody that's mental and somebody that's acting like they mental. Okay, let me break it down. Okay, first of all, when I was mentioning earlier about a few of my friends who wanted to kill themselves behind a woman that they couldn't be with anymore. Look, and of course, I had got involved and I stopped all that. But look what's going on now. They with another woman, all of a sudden they don't have problems, right? I had a guy who ended his wife left him for whatever reason. He
Mm-hmm.
starts saying, um, he's hearing voices in his head and stuff like that. I'm fit to go ahead and jump off a roof. I'm telling him, okay, well, go jump off a San Francisco bridge. He said no. So I can't. So you want to jump off a roof, but I can't get your ass to jump off a San Francisco bridge? That's not a myth. He don't have a mental problem. And guess what? He's with a new wife. He all of a sudden doesn't have problems. Now, as far as cutting the risk, we all know, right? We all know, as far as cutting your risk, there is a high percent chance you can die, right? Right?
Yeah, we could have already.
Okay. Right? Okay. We know that, right? So obviously, if this so-called person is supposed to be have a mental problem, why is a lot of them that claim they have mental problems it's doing the same thing? Somebody lying. Everybody can't do the same thing.
That's facts.
You,
Like Samantha
you
So,
know what I
said,
mean? So that's
they
all I wanted to get
uh,
off the table, y'all.
that they
That's
copy.
all I wanted to say. I'm a pause right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, they see things that they
but
copy, but at the
mhm.
same time, not everyone that cuts themselves is trying to kill themselves. Just like not
Right.
everybody that takes drugs is trying to overdose.
What are you trying to do?
That's what they're using to cope, and
I'm just
sometimes it
saying,
ends
like,
their life.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I mean, if you want to finish, but I just like, accountability is real strong in my world. So I was like, man, we can keep on giving these people excuses, you know what I'm saying, all day long. Like even myself, like, my condition with the hospital shit is all on me. You know what I'm saying? Get your health together. Look yourself in the mirror. You need to take a long look. You need to look in your soul because it's going way deeper than just your body. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like God gave us all different minds so we can move different. We all ain't supposed to think the same. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
like people make excuses for being a good or a bad person. You're either a good or a bad person. There's no in between. And I'm
Hmm.
tired of people trying to make excuses for, what I'm saying, your actions. Your actions are justified by the means of shit that you go through. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
you can control that. You know what I'm saying? Like, a little kid is up to them because they haven't learned. But if you at an age to where you didn't be able to absorb information and you got opportunities to take advantage of certain situations to get your shit right, ain't no excuse for you. Like a little kid, I can take that. But somebody that's a grown up, no, I can't accept that.
You know what? And as I'm listening to you guys, like how y'all breaking this down, like basically what I'm understanding is like it's a choice. Like and this goes back to like the same friends like who are um pretty much depressed about their lives, but they still have a choice. We all go through our depressed moments where we feel like, man, I don't even want to live no more.
Yep.
But does that mean that I'm gonna go this far to like kill myself? Hopefully not. Hopefully I never get to that space. But there's other people who actually made those choices, who made those attempts, failed at it, but and they're still alive. But if they really wanted to, they could end it. You know, I think what it is like some people like when they're going through that moment, they probably will want the attention from the people around them. Because honestly, when people act that way, it's a negative behavior that is just crying out for attention and
Right.
wants people to
Hmm.
pretty much validate their time for them and say, hey, look, man, don't do this, don't do that. Because like I said, when you don't love yourself, the worst thing is you're looking for other people to love you. But the catch 22 is people cannot love you when you still don't love yourself.
Yep.
I agree.
And eventually people give up.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah,
You
Luann, wait,
Um,
wait, wait, hold on, wait, wait.
can
Luann's
I
next.
say? Oh,
Go ahead.
um, I also think it's a form, and I know some people may disagree, and that's okay. But I also
Mhm.
think that it is suicide or whatever. It's also a form of weakness.
Yeah.
It's a form of weakness. Um, and the reason why I say that is because I see people all day struggle. Whether they're homeless, they don't have no food, or they're going through different trials. Yeah, some people are. Some people can't handle it, which is a sign of weakness. So if you feel like taking yourself out, you know. And you succeed, to me it's a sign of weakness. You can, like all you've been saying, there are other places where you can go to get mental health checks and get yourself together, but sometimes people just give up and they say, I don't want to do none of those things. And we have to see the other side for what it is too. It's just they can't take it. The world is too big and they don't want to be here no more. So yes, they decide to end their life. It's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of giving up.
Y'all
That's
know
not
Chris
true.
Brown,
That's
right?
what
Mhm.
everyone's been saying, but I would I would take it a step further to say not just leave it at weakness. That's kind of a negative way of seeing it.
Hmm.
Mm.
They have weak coping skills
We
and
cool.
they
Hmm.
choose those
Weakness.
methods to deal with it. So if you stop at weakness, there's no fix.
Yeah,
Weak
because they
coping
have at
skills,
the
you
at
can
the
help
weakness
them get
part.
those skills. Somebody can help them.
Yeah, at that part where they're in their room and they're alone and they have had the counseling, they have had you, Miss M3, who's given them the tools and the strength and the prayer. But yet
Hmm.
they go back into their rooms or into their bathrooms and they hear all the good things and yet they cannot see it because not because they don't want to, but probably because they're so deep in it that nothing that you or I can say can help them at that moment. They have already made their choice.
It's like Weight
Yeah.
Watchers.
What
Wait,
do
hold
you
on, hold on,
do?
hold
To
on,
get
wait,
the
hold on, hold on, hold
skills.
on, hold
Yeah.
on.
What do
Hold on.
you
She
do?
got a
They've
she
already
got a
made
point.
that choice. It's done. They're going to do it
Mhm.
whether you give them the good advice or the bad. They're going to go in and take those pills or cut themselves or drown themselves. They're going to do it, whether if that's what they really, really want to do and their mind is set in. There is no helping that person.
Yeah.
Weakness have set in.
But
Sorry.
it's not a
Uh,
weakness, it's a
what,
choice.
yeah.
Killing
What?
yourself
Big
is a
Yeah.
difference.
weakness.
That's
Wait. Hold on for a
I
second.
Choice and
agree.
a
I
weakness.
Yeah.
A
agree to what
7-year-old who
Luna said.
hangs
I agree.
himself
Yeah.
from being bullied is not weak.
It is.
Check yourself. A
Yeah, it
12-year-old
is
being
weak.
bullied at school is not weak
They
because
are.
they hang themselves. You're an idiot for saying that. You're an idiot.
Whoa.
That's a
She's not an
Hold on.
idiot.
Hold on.
But
Hold on.
she's
Hold on.
not an
Hold on. Hold on.
idiot.
Hold on.
What are you
hold
talking
on, hold
about?
on, hold on. No, no,
Hold
we're
on.
not, we're
Wait.
not.
Come on
Hold
now.
on,
Come on now.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hey,
hold on.
Mario,
Let's
control
be
your room, man.
respectful.
Let's
Wait.
not be
I don't need you to tell
disrespectful,
me.
man.
I don't need
Let's
you to
not be
tell
I
me.
got, I
All
disrespectful,
got
right.
this.
please.
I got this.
If you guys be
Queen,
quiet,
Come on, man.
Eddie,
I,
I
I
got
Hold
got
on,
this.
you
this.
guys.
I
I
got
got
my
this.
this.
bad. Let me
I got
rephrase
this.
No,
that.
wait, no,
That's
she
an
Yeah.
she
Yes,
she
please.
idiotic.
said
Hold on.
Queen,
Hold
she
Queen,
on.
be
she can
quiet. Quiet.
she
I
is
got
there.
this.
She's
I got
my
Okay.
this.
elder.
Hold
I
on. I
got
got
this.
this.
Queen is my elder. She
I
can
got
say
this.
her
Hold
opinion is
on.
her
I got
opinion.
this.
Her
I
husband
got
got
this.
this.
My
Hold on.
opinion. Hold on. My opinion is my opinion. I have been a child that have been bullied, have been beat up and all kind of stuff. But yet I've also been the bully.
You as well.
Still, me deciding to wanting to kill myself and have had those thoughts, Miss Queen, 2021. I have had those thoughts, but yet to me, it's a weakness for them to go act on it to act on those. When I have had counseling, when I have had people to help me and to guide me into the rightness of not doing it and everything, but yet I still go and hang myself. Come on. Words, they say, oh,
I want to
sticks and
piggyback
stones may
off that
break my
too.
bones and words will
Get
never
out
hurt
there.
me.
Hold on,
Please
guys.
Let me
get
say this.
over
Let me
it.
say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Go
Can
ahead,
I,
man.
let me talk. Let me talk. Number one, we're not doing the personals no more. All right. So that's for
He's not doing.
everybody. Queen, everybody. We ain't doing the personals. If you can't keep it 100, you can't keep it professional, you won't be on this platform. Period. Period. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not playing. You know I'm not playing. So let's keep it general. Let's keep it respectful. That's one. Two, you know what I'm saying? With that being said, a person who's doing that is not a weakness. It's not. It's not a weakness at all. You know what I'm saying? My parents ain't weak. My parent ain't weak. My cousin ain't weak. Ain't none of them weak. They've been through the illest and realest on the streets and above. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And for anybody who says it's a weakness, how many of y'all have taken care of one of your parents who've been through that? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Go ahead. Raise your hands. Okay, so you take
Right,
care. I mean,
I,
really taking care of your
yeah,
parent. I mean, like really been there, gone to the hospital, did all that with them.
yeah.
right
Okay,
here.
so
Of
you know
course.
it ain't a weakness. If you really know that, you know it's not a weakness. You know what I mean? My parent wasn't weak at all. You know what I mean? They did it by themselves when the other parent left and left them for dead. They did it on their own. You know what I'm saying? They're not weak at all. But my one of my grandparents traumatized them when they was a kid. They were traumatized a lot. They were abused a lot. They were almost raped. You know what I'm saying? They ain't being weak at all. So no, that to call them weak is disrespectful. And I ain't gonna
So
let that
wait,
fly. Nah, not at all. They're not weak.
hold
Well,
up.
that's
None of
my
my family
opinion. I'm just
Wait. Can I
saying
not
say
at
something
all.
real
we will
quick,
ask
please? Can
our
I say something?
opinions on it.
Yeah.
And my
Oh,
opinion is I mean,
okay.
I'm sorry
After
that
Luann, you didn't say something, DJ.
I know that people have, gone through it, but to me, even if it's a celebrity, I think that when Robin Williams and he had mental health issues, I do believe, and that's my opinion. I'm sorry, no disrespect to you, I'm Master King, but to me, I feel that's my opinion. I do feel like it's suicide is a form of weakness. That's what I'm saying. Not
And,
that that
I'll
is
say it
bad, but
again.
I'm
My
just saying
family
it's a
ain't weak
form of giving up. It's a
at
form
all.
of weakness in my head.
We ain't weak at all. Sam will tell you that we ain't weak at all. Ain't none
Yeah,
of
this
us
not
weak.
no.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
yeah, this not no
You know what I'm
personal
saying?
shot. She's saying things in general, so that is her opinion.
She's saying
Okay.
things in general,
Yeah.
Right.
right?
I'm not
Yeah, we're
personally
not.
saying
She's not
someone
pointing at
that
you. She's
person.
not
I'm
Yeah.
just
pointing at
saying
Queen.
in
She's saying things
general.
in general. That's
Yeah,
all
it's,
she's
Yeah.
it's a
saying.
general
Yeah. For
statement, but
example,
Yeah.
it's a
And I
personal
thought that you
statement
would
when
Wait.
you
have
Well,
talk
okay.
about
accepted
it's
it.
that.
it's
That's why I'm saying.
it's not a
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not a
Isn't it?
it's
Hold
not
on.
personal. It's not personal
Mhm.
because look, first of all, you had these guys that go into these grocery store and shoot everybody in the grocery store because they can't be with somebody they love. That's not weak.
That right.
Is
But you
that
don't you don't
you
you
know
don't you don't
you
do
got
that.
this
You have
guy
a right
coming
to
in
do
these
that.
churches and
You
you
have
know what I
no
mean
idea why that happened.
and
What they
shooting
did was
everybody.
wrong, yeah.
You got these
What
people
they did
coming out
was
into
wrong,
these
yeah.
restaurants shooting all these Asians. Is that so? That's not weak.
What they did was wrong, yes. I'm not saying what they did wasn't wrong.
But that's a different type of weak definition. that she's talking about. That's what she's saying. You got people that go off and kill a lot of these celebrities because they can't hang with them, or they can't be with them, so they go and kill them because they don't want nobody else to be with them.
That's different than having a mental and emotional health
That's
condition. Those are two different
that's
things
not
entirely.
But that's not
listen,
suicide.
that's
Hold
weak.
on.
That's not
Hold
a
on.
that's just weak. That's not a mental. They
Wow.
just weak.
Wow.
That's a weak
Okay.
man. You got weak men. You got
M3, don't
weak women.
please stop muting me, M3, because you let me talk. Let me talk too. Don't mute me.
Okay. Let
He
me.
has his turn. You had your turn. He has his
Nah, but
turn.
when I
My bad. Hey,
Yeah, but
go ahead, Master King. Go ahead. Go
he
ahead,
has
Master
his
King.
own
let me
opinion.
talk, bro. Like I'm
Go ahead,
Yeah,
talking.
Master King.
you
Go ahead.
already talked, but he's still
But
talking.
they're talking while I'm talking
My,
too. Like we all
well,
talking.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me make this clear to everybody. All right, because I know everybody's in their feelings right now because everybody has different opinions. It's one thing to have an opinion, but please be respectful for other people's opinions. So when you have your chance to talk, you talk. But when he's talking, he has to have his chance to talk. You may not agree, but everybody comes from a different background. So if they have their weaknesses, whatever they view as weak, that's on them. They feel like it's weak to them. But you have a different background where you feel like your weakness becomes like your strength.
Right.
There's no right or wrong answer to it. Everybody
Actually,
just have different backgrounds.
I actually got a relatable
yes, sir.
story to this.
Yes, sir.
I kind of want to let y'all guys. I'm gonna let y'all into my world, right? So 7 years ago, I had a nervous breakdown. You know what I'm saying? Everybody around me, you know what I'm saying, was like, this dude went crazy. I always say it's like a computer. I had to reboot my head because, like I said, you know what I'm saying, I have a big heart, right? So I worry about everybody else's outcomes but my own. You know, I wasn't focused on that. So everybody turned their back on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, my mom, my family, like, they all stopped talking to me. I remember sitting in a chair looking at the wall for days, not showering, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just like, I can't believe everybody's abandoned me. I got to figure this out, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I couldn't do nothing but pray about it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like, you know, I had to get my mind right. And, you know, because all the stuff I've been through, you know what I'm saying, pushing buggies up the hill with bottles and cans, you know what I'm saying, me and my sisters at Candlestick Park, you know what I'm saying, trying to get some cookies, the 50-cent cookies, you know what I'm saying, to eat because, you know what I'm saying, my mom and dad was on drugs. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I've been there and I know the struggle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I mean, it's definitely different variations of weak, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to stuff like this. And you know, Mass King's situation is different. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wouldn't look at it, you know, his family being weak at all because of the dynamic of it. But you know what I'm saying, somebody, you know what I'm saying, that's mad because their girlfriend won't call them back, you know what I'm saying, and then they go and do some other shit. Yeah, that is weak. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, right now I had to deal with that in the 7 year span, losing my foot. I got a prosthetic leg. I couldn't walk for a year. I was in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't move. Imagine waking up in a hospital room and you looking down on what the fuck happened and you ain't got no foot. Like, how would you feel? Like, honestly, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I'm like, man, I'm a disabled person. I'm used to walking. I can't walk. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a kind of bigger dude. I had to, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I gotta lose weight and shit. Doctor's like, we don't know if you're gonna be able to walk again. But I was like, fuck that. The hell if I'm not.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, it's like it takes a certain kind of
Yeah.
person,
All right, Tim,
you
I'll
know what
get
I'm
you
saying, to
after
pull
that.
through that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, I always say mindset, and I always say I'm not gonna accept it because I done been through so much. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, now that I can stand on my own 2 feet, I appreciate walking, eating, being able to move the way I'm moving, like opportunities. I'm like, man, I'm here. I'm here. And I'm finally understanding and figured it out. And like all these subjects, you know, related to health, man, you gotta look in the mirror and sometimes hold yourself accountable. What am I gonna
Right.
do to change the outcome of what's going on in my life?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Larry. I'm
Can I
sorry.
say one thing?
Yeah,
Wait,
so
wait. No,
M3.
Tim's next.
so this is what I want to say. So I think it is very easy to say something when you haven't been in that situation. It's just like if you have like where a woman stays in a relationship where she getting beat up by her husband, and you like, why is she staying? Like I would have just left. It's very easy to have an opinion about something You have not been through it. Just like the same thing with suicide. It is very easy to say, and I do believe everybody's entitled to their opinion. Even if I don't agree, you still are entitled to your opinion. I personally don't think that somebody who commits suicide is weak, because I don't know what's going through their head at that particular time. I don't know why they made the decision they made. I don't know, and we don't know. So I don't. I, because I don't know what they're thinking about, because I don't know where their mind is at that particular time. I wouldn't necessarily say they were weak just because they made a decision that I didn't necessarily agree with. I personally wouldn't say they're weak, but I do feel like a lot of times that's what we do. We have an opinion about somebody and a decision they made, and we say, "Oh, well, it's this and it's that." But that's the thing; it's very easy to say, "Oh, well, I think that's weak," or "I think that's stupid," or "I think that's the wrong choice," when you haven't been in that situation. And when you don't know what that person is dealing with, what that person is going through. That's why you have like these celebrities where people are shocked when they die, because they're like, I just seen him the other day. I just talked to him. Like, what the hell happened? Like, even when I was doing preschool, one of the parents committed suicide. He hung himself in his garage, and everybody was surprised because everybody had no idea that he was at that point where that's something he would do. I mean, yeah, it wasn't okay that he left his kids without a dad. He left his wife without a husband. He left his relatives without whatever position he had in with his relatives. I mean, but that's the thing, is that I don't know where his head was at. I don't know why he made the decision that he made. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I don't necessarily think it's a matter of weakness. It's a matter of wherever their mental state is at that time. That's what they did. So I wouldn't call it weakness, because, like I said, I don't know what was going on in their life that maybe I didn't. That's the thing, is that when I think that when people make those decisions, there's things going on in their life that the people close to them may not even know about. There could be all kinds of different things going on that you never knew was going on. And then to say that they're weak, you have no idea. And then I know you're like, well, I think it's weak because, that's just, and that's things like there are some people that don't make that decision, but not everybody understands how to
I want to
handle
say something after her,
the
Marty.
things they go through.
Wait, hold on,
Some people,
because we got Christine.
some people are at a point where they understand what to do. They know the steps to take. And that's the thing, is that people handle things differently. Not two people are not the same. So one person, two people might be homeless. You might have one person who's homeless and they just can't get out. You have another person who, yeah, they were homeless for a little bit. They got it, because I've been homeless. I've been homeless before. I know what it's like to not have nowhere to go, to be sleeping, to walk all around downtown and not have nowhere to go. I know what it's like to be homeless. I'm obviously not homeless now, because I brought myself out of that. And I might see somebody who's homeless and be like, why can't they get out of that? I got out of that. But that's the thing, is that I don't know what their story is. I don't know what they've been through. I don't know what they're going through. I don't know what it is about their life that they can't make that decision. So that's the thing, is that I do think it's very mindful you should be very mindful about making a judgment about a decision somebody makes, because you really truly do not know what brought them to that decision. So in your mind, it could be weak, but that's the thing, is that until you learn their story, you need to be open to knowing that it might not be it might not be weakness. Now, when we're talking about somebody going in and shooting up a school or shooting up, like, that's a totally different thing from somebody committing suicide. Unless you're the person that's shooting up the people and then you commit suicide. Then I was like, okay, that's weak, because you done shot up a bunch of people. You need to answer for your crimes. But somebody who's going through whatever and all of a sudden they then commit suicide because whatever they're dealing with is too hard for them to deal with. I mean, that's a different story. So like I said, everybody is different. Everybody doesn't handle things the same way. I mean, like my last relationship I was in, the heartbreak that I went through, somebody else wouldn't have handled it the way I did. Somebody else might have had a nervous breakdown. Somebody else might have committed suicide.
Right.
I mean, I didn't do that, but that's the thing, is that everybody handles the things they go through differently. And for someone, they might see it as weak, but like I said, until you know the story behind it, don't be so quick to judge what it is that that person is, judge the decision that they make, because you don't know if you were in the same boat. It's easy to say, oh, I wouldn't do that. But you don't know what you would do if you were in that situation. Like I said, like if you in a relationship with your husband is beating you, or you in a relationship with a woman and this woman's treating you like trash, and you still supporting her all this kind of stuff. It's like you don't know what you would do in that situation until you've been there. So my main thing is like to be very mindful, because it's very easy to judge and say, "Oh, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that. That was stupid. That was weak." It's very easy to say that, but until you are in that situation, and even like Luann, she raised her hand because she's taking care of her parent, and Mass King's taking care of his parent. The parents are different. So even Mass King's parent situation and Luann yours, it could be different, because his parent may have been dealing with something that your parent wasn't. So, like I said, everybody has their own story. We don't know what everybody's story is, so it's always best to learn that person's story before you make a judgment about what they do.
I agree.
Can
Okay.
I say
Wait,
something, please?
I'm gonna let you say something,
I
but
want to.
because she didn't want to say something,
I want.
you
Because
could
I'll
say
forget.
something. Then DJ Ed King will say something. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was gonna say, just in comparison, when we think about people who are suicidal, those that have committed suicide, those that have attempted suicide, uh, for us judging, even if we've ever been to the brink of I want to commit suicide and we didn't, for us judging them to say that their actions were weak is one thing. To say that person is a weak person is a judgment call, right? And if you think about it, you say, well, I went to the brink of that and I survived it. It's just like a woman that went through Weight Watchers that's now skinny, looking at her peers that are still fat, saying, well, I can do it. What's happening with you? Why do you keep relapsing? Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, your situation is not their situation. And the fact that you overcame it with the tools that were given to you is one thing. That other person, maybe they need other types of tools. Like maybe the same training that you got is not beneficial for them. And if they continue pressing forward, maybe they'll find those solutions. But it's like a muscle, right? If they don't, exercise the tools that they've been given and the things that they're going to go back to the same place in their mind, in their physical self. And that's not necessarily a sign of weakness. That person trying to cope with whatever they're not able to deal with at that particular time is a sign of strength. They're looking for solutions. That's a strength. The fact that some people go to commit suicide as a solution, we feel it's tragic, but that was what they ultimately decided on after
Okay.
their
Okay.
searching.
Okay. Go ahead, Luann.
Okay. So thank you. You said that so perfectly, man. Um, Mr. Mass King, I wasn't talking about you personally. I do want to get that cleared and straight. I wasn't saying whatever you were saying personally that of weakness. I'm saying my personal opinion of just suicide personally is just to me a form of weakness, or a form of, I can even change the words, form of giving up. Same thing. So, what I'm saying is, at that point, to Miss M, you said that I'm talking about when they commit suicide, not when they're actively talking about it. Because when they're actively talking about it, that's when they need the most help, not when they're already committed suicide. Because when they're already dead and gone, there's nothing else to be said but to look at the family that's mourning, because that's who suffers at the end of the day, not the person who died. The people that they leave behind are the ones who are suffering, because now we have to think about every day, why did they leave us? What happened? What could I have done to change it? What could I have done to help them? But because they were in the room quietly and didn't say anything, and they masked all those um, feelings, and they masked all that hurt and all that pain, they decided not, I'm talking about the people who decided not to get any help, not even to focus. They said, "Look, I'm done with it. I'm just done. This life is not for me. Those are the ones that I'm talking about.
Mm, mhm,
Not the ones who had mental health. Because if you have a mental issue, then you're not really in that state. You're not in the
mhm,
state of, knowing who of knowing yourself. So of course you're seeking out to get help at that moment. But if that help just doesn't help and you still commit suicide, that's not your I don't blame that person because they are in a mental state. But I'm talking about someone who is not. They're focused. They know what they want to do, and they want to write a letter. They're sane enough to write a letter to their family that they're about to leave.
mm,
Mm.
mhm,
Okay, they're telling you, "I'm leaving you because of this and this and this and that." That to me is a sign of weakness. I'm not talking about a 12-year-old girl who just got bullied and she killed herself.
mhm,
But that's what I
mhm.
said.
That's not what I said.
You said suicide is weakness,
But no,
and I
I said a
said a
form. I said it's a
seven-year-old
form
telling
Queen,
of
you
queen, queen,
different.
queen.
Okay,
Definition.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Definition.
on.
Verse.
I
That's
wasn't
my
She's
turn.
saying that was
talking.
a
Let her
for,
talk.
Guys.
It's
no,
on me.
no. I
After
was just
Louis.
I was just
Yeah.
saying that was a form of weakness, Miss Queen. Now, obviously, the child has mental illness because she's been getting bullied. No one has been able to try to help her because the only thing that she decided to do after she got home from school was to kill herself. But it doesn't mean that she got bullied from students. She can get bullied at home.
Hmm.
A child who just got raped can kill themselves because now they feel like it's my fault that I've gotten raped. Is that child weak or is that person weak? That's not who I'm talking about. But I did want to make sure that Mass King didn't think I was personally attacking him because I think that's what he thought, and that's not what I was doing at all. I was stating my opinion, which doesn't change, but I do want to make sure that I clarify what I was saying. That's all.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. DJ Eddie King, I'm gonna let you
Yes, sir.
speak, and then
Yes. Yes.
Mass King, like if you want to speak, I'm gonna let you speak, and I know we're gonna have to wrap it up soon.
Yes.
So
Okay. This is what I want to say. Okay. I wanted to reply also to what Tammy was saying. Okay. She said that we don't know what these people are going through. Well, far as technology is concerned, you got millions and millions of people talking about what they're doing every single day. You got people talking about it every single day. You got people talking about on YouTube, like, listen, I'm gonna go down here to this mall. You know why? Because my wife doesn't want to be with me. First of all, let me tell you something. It's a lot of guys that go and do stuff like that because man, for example, they go out, they cheat on their wife catch them, and now you mad because she don't want to be with you. So you go down here to the mall and shoot everybody because you mad. So how is that? How is that not weak minded? Because it's damn show ain't strong minded.
I don't think nobody was talking about that part on that level. They was talking about more of like
Individuals.
yeah, like individuals. Like
I'm
okay,
no,
let's yeah
Hurting
I'm
other people.
yeah.
I'm stating the fact that it's a lot of people. You can actually read their stories about what they're going through, right? So you got people that's saying, "I'm gonna go over here and do this," because it's something that's so petty. So it's not because they got mental problems and they shoot themselves and it's suicide and they call it mental. No, it's because they don't want to go to jail. They don't want to spend the rest of their life in prison, so they kill themselves. That's not a mental problem. That's just a scapegoat for them to escape out.
Well,
That has nothing to do
Hmm.
with being mental,
well, in that situation,
Right.
that's a coward's
right?
way out,
That's
and
cowardly.
that's an
Exactly.
asshole.
And
That's an
that's a
asshole.
weak man.
But I said
But
that
that's
though.
And that's a weak man. Okay.
But I said that
So
though.
Yeah,
I'm
she did.
responding also to what you said. We don't know. We know a lot of people that we don't know that be on social media that talk about these things
But
that
I'm not
what they're
talking.
going through. You said we don't know. We can't talk about something that we don't know. I'm telling you, there's people telling on themselves, telling about their whole life of what they're going through, and put it on camera and videos. They're talking about this every single day. That's what I was trying to tell you.
So I did say that
Mhm.
it's someone that commits suicide. I said it's different from somebody who just goes up and shoots a school or shoots a thing and then kills himself. I said that's weak. I
You
did say that.
no, you said it's not being weak. That's
No,
what
I
you
said
say?
it was weak. I said because
No, she
that's the
said was.
difference.
Oh, I thought she
She
said
said it.
was it?
No,
I
she
thought
said
she
it
said
was.
was it?
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
she
hold
said
on,
was
wait,
okay.
wait,
Okay, that
wait.
misunderstanding. Okay, that's my fault. My bad. I thought she said it
No,
wasn't.
she said it
My
No
bad.
was.
problem. I'm glad that she cleared it
Okay,
up.
okay.
Uh, real quick. Tim, she
My
got a
bad. My
poem.
bad.
Dwayne
First
got
lady.
a
My bad.
poem. But I want to get to like Mass King and then Queen. If you want to say something else well too, feel free to.
Let Queen go first. I'm going last.
I do want to say that, unfortunately, bullying that goes on these days is very different than bullying 10, 15, 6 years ago. Cyberbullying is intense. And these kids don't have any resources or any support. It was a great uh mini series to watch is 13 Reasons.
Yeah, I've
It's
seen it.
about rape, cyberbullying, peer pressure, and suicide.
It's on
Very
Netflix.
intense. Yes. So a 7-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a
And a
15-year-old
15-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
who decide that hanging themselves is the only solution is not weak. A 21-year-old who decides hanging themselves is not weak. I know someone had a fabulous life, mental health, had sexual abuse, shot himself in his garage. Grown man with kids and a family. He was not weak. He had issues that were not dealt with, and his only solution was to end his life. When you get to the point where you want to kill yourself, there's no options. You have
Right.
run out of options and solutions. And your only solution is you feel like the life that you live or your family is better off without you. So you're not thinking about anybody. You're not thinking about what could happen tomorrow. I'm glad that you pulled out of it. I'm glad that a lot of people pull out of it. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who don't pull out of it. And killing himself is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of desperation and complete, like utterly discouragement, where they feel like there's no other way to function other than going to sleep and never waking up. That's intense to think that way, to think that tomorrow is not going to be better. Postpartum women, they give birth, right?
Mm-hmm.
They went through 9 months of being pregnant. They want this baby, right? They're so excited. Why are they trying to kill the baby? Because mentally something went off in their chemical balance where they think I'm going to kill this baby. That's not weakness. That's intense.
Right.
Need help. Drama. So suicide is a very intense subject. I helped out. I've had people be on the suicide hotline. I've seen the calls. I've seen the people. I've referred people to call there. It's intense, and it's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of complete, utter, like just giving up. Like I have no
That's right.
option.
Giving up.
I have no, but you're giving up because you don't have no options or no solution. So, I'm apologize for what I said because I've seen it. I've seen people kill themselves. I've been, you know, around it. I've had close family members do it, friends that I call family, and I don't think they were weak at any point in their life. I think it's just sad that they think that that's the only option that they have is to not wake up the next day. And on that note, I'm going to be quiet.
Uh, um, but do you? Okay, I, I, I think I think I'm understanding like basically like you're not saying like okay like the weakness part. You're not saying like the person's weak, right? For what they're doing, or are
The
you just trying to say
action.
this the action is weak, or this okay the
The
action
action
is
is weak. Yeah.
okay
But
the action. All right, all right.
well,
I, let me get to Mass King because all right.
Mm. Hold on, hold
Go
on.
ahead, Master King.
Mm. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Oh, somebody answer their phone.
Huh?
Somebody answer their phone. If it's me, I ain't home.
That was me, my bad.
He said somebody answer the phone. No, yeah, huh?
Not only that, if you ever in the San Jose area, wherever you at, please try Nick the Greek. You know what I'm saying? Nick the Greek is slamming. Great
Mm-hmm.
food. Now, with that being said, that was a good dinner. With that being said, um, you know what I mean? So let me cover a few things. So, as far as the mental health thing, you know what I'm saying? No, it's not a weakness. The action or the person is not weak. Okay. Um, the thing is that everybody has issues. Do the issues that you all have are you considered weak? No. You all have weaknesses. You all have flaws. You're not weak
Mhm.
people. I don't think none of y'all weak. You know what I'm saying? You're just not perfect. That's what it is.
I
And
am.
everybody has different issues that they deal with. You know what I'm saying? We all got issues. We all can raise our hand and say we all have issues. That's cool. You know what I mean? Some issues, like I said, it's like a first degree burn to a third degree burn. Some issues, yeah, you can do it on you can deal with it on your own. You're good to go. You don't need no help. All you need is a little bit of therapy, or all you need is to do some classes or whatever you need to do, and you're able to handle it on your own. You are self-sufficient. Those are self-sufficient cases. Okay. Then there's cases where it's not self-sufficient, where you got to be monitored, where you got to be. Some people got to be handcuffed. You know what I mean? Some people got to be given injections. They can't monitor themselves on their own. They're not able to. And if you let them out in society, you're gonna have a long day. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna be a dangerous not only to themselves but to you as well. Trust me, I've lived and I've learned through all of that. You know what I mean? I have family that's going through it, and we still got family that's going through it. I ain't gonna put nobody business in the streets, but
Right.
yeah, it's real. I've had to have police come and break down doors and all that. I've had to have family members strapped up and all that because they couldn't be self sufficient. They couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't their fault. It was just life, and then it make them weak. So you having flaws don't make you weak. Because if that's the case, then we all weak. You know what I'm saying? And none of us on here is weak. We just are not. We're just human. So that's one. Secondly, when we make statements, any of us make statements, even if it's a general statement, those statements can be offensive. There's a lot of general statements that I make, and sometimes they could be offensive. You know what I'm saying? And I, as a man, and as a human being, I take responsibility for that. And I'm working on a lot of my statements. You know, M3
Me
can
too.
tell you that. You know what I'm saying? Queen can tell you that.
Mhm.
Mrs. M3 can tell you that. You know, DJ 80 can tell you that. You know what I mean? I used to be a wild boy. My mouth was reckless. And I didn't care what it was. And you can get it how you get it. You know what I mean? Get in where you fit in. You know what I mean? That's just what it was. But the me now, the more mature me, the me that's gone through different things and God has humbled me. I understand there's certain things I can't say because it will affect people a different way. Now there's certain lifestyles, there's certain things I don't completely agree with. You know what I'm saying? You know, I have family members that do certain things and live certain lifestyles in the streets and out of the streets that I don't completely agree with. But I know that me saying certain things is not cool. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna offend them and it's gonna hurt them, even though I don't agree with what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say, I gotta pray for them. I gotta check up on them, and I gotta make sure that that they're good. You know what I mean? So when we say certain things, we gotta understand certain things can affect people a certain way. Doesn't make us a bad person. It's just that we just have to be mindful of what we say. That's it. Because you never know what a person's going through or been through. You know what I mean? And lastly, when we're talking on here and when we having a discussion, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes the discussions, they make we may have a little bit of debate, and that's cool. That's cool. That's cool and dandy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I just think that when we are talking, let's be mindful and respectful. You know what I mean, to each other. Definitely be mindful and respectful to M3 because this is his platform. To be mindful and respectful to him. But when I was having my discussion with you all, I just didn't like the fact that I was muted because I felt like we were all talking all at once, and I was fine. I was fine with y'all talking when I was talking, and I'm talking when you talking. I'm cool. You know what I mean? Because that's what it is. I've done debate before. I've done debate in high school. It's all good. It happens. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna agree to disagree sometime. It's all good. I ain't tripping over that, and I respect and I got love for all y'all. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. You know what I mean? No hard feelings either way. You You know what I mean? But I think even when we have a debate, I don't think we should be muted. You know what I mean? I think that we should just, let each other say what they got to say, and then we could just keep moving forward and keep doing our thing. But yeah, at the end of the day, like I said, I got love and respect for all y'all, and y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep pushing forward and keep helping each other, keep networking. You know what I mean? And we always here for all of y'all, for real. You know what
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
All the personalities on here and hear different points of views. And just like you said, you're right. We ain't going to agree on everything. I mean, that's the whole point of having the discussion. I
Right.
mean,
Mhm.
Right.
sometimes you gonna have valid points. Sometimes you're not. You're not gonna be
Right.
right about everything. So that's just what
All
it
right,
is.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this because I know M3 got something to say. So First Lady Tammy, Luann, let's get this poetry slam going. I'm ready.
No,
Want to hear the
I'm not
spoken
gonna say
word?
mine. It's not finished yet.
What?
It's not
You
finished because
just told me in the
I
chat you
added
had a
some more,
poem
y'all.
too.
I added some more, so it's too good.
Come
I'm gonna
on,
do
man. I,
mine
I,
next.
I was I was looking for that friendship duo, man.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You,
Well, I'll give y'all.
you'd have disappointed me.
Oh dang it! She's all right.
Oh, okay.
Wait, don't go there.
Yeah.
Tammy, you know you don't want to have this battle. Okay.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Don't
Don't
want
go.
to
You
have
ain't
this
even
battle.
ready. You ain't even ready.
First of
You
all,
ain't
That's
even
what I'm
I
talking
didn't
ready.
know I was getting ready to
about.
You
do
ain't
Here we
even
one.
ready.
go.
You
You
ain't
got
ready
Here we
for
go.
battle. What are you
you got a
talking
poem.
about?
You got
You're
a
not
Okay.
even
poem
ready for
ready.
A
battle.
professional
It's
don't do it in
okay.
a second.
A
Okay.
profession a
Thank you.
professional can do it in an instant.
Okay.
Ooh.
Luann, come on now.
You
Come on,
know I
Luann.
love you, girl.
Look, she
Everybody want
spoke
to
You
place
know
up.
your
what?
bets on Tammy
I'm
or
gonna call
Luann?
you
Come
when
on,
we
which
get off
one?
of here. Okay. Now. Okay.
You know I love you,
Let me
girl.
I
come.
love you too, boo.
Diving.
Poetry slam. Let's go.
All
We know
You
each
got a
other in
full
real life.
right. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna say this real quick to everyone. Um, man, I appreciate everyone's like opinions and I respect everyone's stories. And like Mass King said, like we all got to respect each other. So that I don't even really like muting people. Unless there's like too much feedback to the point that nobody can really hear me when I'm trying to mediate. Then I have to like try to mute all. But I wish I do have a all mute button because I feel like that will kind of control the situation better, where no one's offended. But at the same time, I do want people to be heard, and even the ones who feel like they have not got a chance to talk, I want to make sure that each and every individual gets heard. It's hard to kind of control like the whole stream, like when there's like 10 people, or let's just say like 11 or 12 plus, because at this point there's people trying to hop up in the chat room, and then alongside you gotta like interact with the chat folks as well. But I do want to say I appreciate everyone's like input and everybody's stories. I'll just say it like this. I don't think nobody is weak. I just think that sometimes you're in a situation where it's weak. Like in a weak situation. I'm looking at situationships. It seems like it's like a new word for people to say, but when you're in a situation where something's out of your control, because remember, people, you got to keep in mind there are people that do have legit mental health, but then you have people who are just assholes. They do something stupid, just like what DJ Eddie said. They do something stupid with their girlfriends or whatever, and vice versa. Then they want to get mad at the world, but then they want to shoot out other people.
Right.
Now to me, that's a weak person. Because now you're
Right.
doing things the coward way that I don't even condone. But
Right.
no matter what, everybody has a different perspective. So we just have to be active listeners and just
Going on.
either agree to disagree or just not say anything at all. But everyone's points is valid. So
Well, I'm just letting y'all know I'm controversial.
I know you are.
You know that.
Yeah. We
But we got
hold on,
you
man. We're gonna put
I'm
on.
sorry.
Where are you? I'm gonna put you on the spotlight. Yeah, we know you're controversial. We know. I see you got the pen. Like, are you getting ready to say your poem? Are you still right?
No,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not. No, I'm not.
All right. Well, let's
You can't
go
be, you
ahead
can't
to
be
like.
afraid of the camera. The lions then. The Lions. Then you can't be afraid of
Look at
Tammy.
Tammy.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Uh-oh.
Yeah. You gotta unmute yourself, Tammy.
You gotta mute yourself.
Okay. Okay, so
All right, guys. All right.
okay, so I actually wrote this in the middle of the stream, by the way. So
See, she wasn't paying
Ooh, in
attention.
the middle of the stream.
That's why I
Right.
wasn't finishing because I was
You had to
paying
fit that
attention.
in there, right?
Talented,
In the
talented.
middle.
so
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes, because typically I give myself, but we'll see how it goes. So this is called mirror image.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
You gonna make me laugh? Stop.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So it says,
Oh,
"I
sorry.
see you looking back at me, acting as if you don't know me. I've been there in times when you're feeling down. I've been there when no one else was around. When all those relatives that called themselves family did nothing but hurt you and destroy you mentally. The times of heartbreak that broke you more than once it overtook you. You look in the mirror for the reflection of you. When you saw me, you saw yourself, and it confused you. The person in front of me has no worth I can see. The worth was destroyed through pain and strife. Not knowing your worth cuts like a knife. Life has been too hard to deal with. The pain from trauma has caused your weakness. The times you've tried brought tears you've cried. The tears you've cried, no solace to provide. The pain always seemed too hard to bear, but still, in all that, I was always there. Your worth felt missing and never there, but your worth was always covered in despair. It needed to be found in order to be a better version of who God made you to be. This mirror image of us is not always what we want to see, sometimes showing us the ugly side of pretty. The pain you've been through can become your power. The pain you encountered is your superpower. See your mirror image and know what you see is a person trapped that can always be free. Pain and power can become one. Know the mirror image of greatness has only just begun.
Let's get that finger
I get
snap
a
going
da,
on.
da, da,
Da 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 da.
I'm gonna say this one first.
That's right. That
Let's
was
say
kind of nice.
Tammy.
That was
Who
kind of
is
nice.
he? Who is the person you keep crying about? Who is he?
So I wrote that
Jesus.
because that was that poem was motivated by when you're going through things and you look in the mirror, it's like you don't recognize yourself. You don't see your worth. And so it's just a poem just to remind you that even though you didn't see your worth at first, that doesn't mean that you can't find it, that you can't see it, and that you can't see the greater version of who you actually are. So that's where that came from. So I'm gonna probably have that one on Saturday too.
Okay.
Damn, Tammy, that was nice.
That was nice.
I really wish I could be there like on that Saturday, but
It's okay.
this social media. You better live stream it.
Word.
Ooh, that would be a good idea.
See?
I might do
There
that.
you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Man, let me say something real quick, right? I know this is off subject, but we got the Get Your Mind Right shirts, the knowledge and relationships. I know I haven't been using that slogan for like a long time, but I might start wearing the shirt a little bit more often. You see, I got my little dark room and all that. So, but definitely, man, get your mind right, everybody.
So you got to tell them the Get Your Mind Right story. You know what I mean? Because there's a story behind that and how we all crafted that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You talking about with Jay-Z, right?
Yeah.
That song?
Remember we were talking.
Yeah.
I was singing that Jay-Z song, Get Your Mind Right. Get Your
Right.
Mind. I was singing it, and you like, yo, that's a great slogan. You like, I'm gonna use it for knowledge and relationships, and then we just went from there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But somewhere down the line, man, I forgot about the slogan because remember in the beginning I used to kind of go like this or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then I kind of switch up to like this, like the salute, which I think I like the salute better than kind of like this or whatever. Yeah. But I forgot because I think at that time this is like a size medium shirt or whatever, right? So like I don't know, I just haven't been wearing this shirt as often. And I don't want to have to wear it to like work because we have to wear our work uniform, so. I ain't trying to have people all on my business like that, but I don't know. I might start rocking it a little bit more now.
Yes, sir.
Since everybody already know who I am,
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say, man. If you guys want to shout your social media before we close out, and then stick around, afterwards. Um, we could go in order. Like, let me see. So, Samantha, do you have a social media that you want to share?
Only Facebook. My Facebook is my name, Samantha Bostic.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, I don't do the Instagram. I don't do nothing else. I just have a Facebook. It's Samantha Bostic.
On this, on the
got
podcast.
you, got you. All right, thank you so much. And then First Lady Tammy, go ahead. Shout out your lawyer IG.
So I'm not shouting out my Facebook because unless you know me, you ain't gonna be able to find me. But I do have my Instagram, which I've been utilizing, and so it's First Lady Tammy 916. So the first is the number one in SQ, just like it says on my name on the stream. That's how it is without no spaces in between. So look at that, see that rhyme? See?
Okay, okay. We should call you
So
Hollywood
First Lady
Tammy.
Tammy 916.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you heard that, guys. She used to be like exclusively for knowledge relations, but now she got her little IG now. So she
Right,
all
yeah,
Hollywood.
big,
You know.
It took us an hour to help her with it.
And then we got DJ Eddie King.
Yes,
Go ahead and shout out your Instagram, sir.
Yes, you can look me up on Facebook, Eddie F. King.
Mm-hmm.
You can look me up on Instagram, which is dj.eddie.king.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, hold on. What about did you shout your YouTube?
Oh, yeah. YouTube, DJ Eddie King. You can find me on there, too. Thank you. Subscribe to me, please.
Hey, did you send me your thing yet? Because I haven't got it. I don't know if I'm linked up with you yet.
Wait, say that again?
The information, I guess if y'all can, it's my turn. I just want to be plugged into everybody's stuff so I can support.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can definitely do that.
I'll send you the link to the profile. I'll send you the link to the profile so you can jump on. Nice.
Hey, D, how do you get the link? Where do I go to find the link?
I got you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go, Mass King.
Am I last? That's me?
Oh, sure. I went in order. For some reason, you came before Queen and Luann. Matter of fact, hold on for a second. I got you. I got you, dog. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's go with Queen real quick. Come on, computer. What the hell? All right.
I'll get back to you with those right now. I don't have one.
All right, no problem. Luann Love.
Yeah.
Yes, Luann Love is my Facebook. Ladybug 5150 is my Instagram.
5150.
Ladybug 5150.
Damn.
Okay.
5150, huh?
Yeah.
You say Ladybug? Is Ladybug 51?
5150. That's a squad.
50.
Okay?
Wow.
That's the squad. 5150.
Damn.
I should know, man.
And that's it.
So, fellas, right? I'm sorry. I'm go, fellas. So, when you have somebody that has a Instagram profile that is in off with 5150,
you know what?
You better run, man. You better run.
That's the squad. What are you talking about? That's the squad.
I can't help it.
All right. Mass King, go ahead.
I would make a joke, but it might be.
It was everybody know what it is, man. This is Mass King. I am the 7723. I am the network manager for Knowledge and Relationships. I network with all y'all, send you the links. If you got any questions, inquiries about the channel, about M3, about anything behind the scenes, please hit me up directly. You can contact M3, but understand he's very busy. So if he don't get you back, definitely hit me up. It's Mass King 7723 on Instagram. Yet again, Mass King 7723 on Instagram. MASKED KING 7723 on Instagram. So yeah, holla at me. Y'all know what it is. Later.
Yeah, Brooklyn, baby.
Yeah.
And this is why Mass King is a network manager, because he has more patience than I do. Me, I'm like, look, man, I ain't got time. So by all means. But I want to shout out with Mrs. Marion. Mr. and well, we're just going. Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. M3.
There
I
it
guess.
is.
Yeah.
There we go. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, there we go. But shout outs to her.
Knowledge and relationships.
Mm-hmm. We ain't give out no social media around here, but I do have an IG, and that's Oakland_artist 84. Okay,
Yeah.
so you can follow me there, and you'll see me post up little reminders to the group. So, all right, man. So,
M3 TV News.
oh, and now
And I got
well,
that phone for
yeah.
y'all.
Cash app. The cash app.
Wait, what?
The cash app. The
Your
cash app.
cash
She
app,
said
yeah,
now she got the
Cash
phone.
App. I said I got
Oh
that
yeah,
phone for
yeah.
y'all next week. Next time we do this, which is tomorrow, right?
Monday.
Now
Oh,
we on Monday.
Monday.
We on Monday. M3 making a little vacation time, so it's Monday.
Okay, so on Monday I got
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We
Yeah.
don't have to probably
Tammy,
tune in
come
like the
prepared
weekend
because you got that
like
mouth.
this.
Woo!
Yeah.
You ain't talking.
The smoke.
That's smoke. He
The,
said,
the
"Bring that
battle of
smoke."
the
That's what she
poets,
said.
man.
I'm telling you,
Man, how can I lie
Hey, shots
like
fired.
Because I want all the smoke.
Shots fired.
you know what I'm saying?
man?
Smoke at all times.
No,
All the
I
smoke.
can't do it like that, But yeah. But other closing announcements. Hey, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube.
Put a
Man,
spotlight on you. Put a spotlight on you.
what y'all got at least donate to like the cash out, man. Come on, man. Y'all leaving bro dry. Y'all gonna leave me broke. We're not trying to downgrade from 1080p to like 720p now. Come on
No,
now.
we not.
So
Hey,
dollar
we
sign
can talk
Mario
about that. I got
Marion.
some ideas, just to let you
We
know.
got you,
We can talk
Mario.
about I got some ideas.
We got
All
you.
right, for sure. I appreciate it. And wait a minute, let me read this one from Tone. Yeah, no, that's a different one. You sure? Nah. All right. Whatever. But all right, yeah, next time we're gonna definitely keep it more in control. But we might resume the stream on Thursday because we will be off on vacation. So Thursday, man, we're gonna go right back and we're gonna go harder than ever than before. All right?
Yes.
Yeah. So y'all ready, team? Y'all
Hold on. You can also cash at me too at $DJ Eddie King 83. Let's get it.
You be like, whoa, how did I get kicked out? All right, y'all. So like, comment, subscribe, man. Thank you guys for getting likes up. And we dang it, hold on. I never be prepared. Okay, so hold on. All right. So we are out.
Out.
Later.
Yeah. Out.
Jeez.